All right.
We are live.
We are live. Obviously, we're going to give it a few moments. We're going to let some folks join before we get into the meat and potatoes of this forecast.
Good afternoon, everybody. If you are just stepping on to join us, meteorologist John Kemper, and I'm with VP of Meteorology Matt Griffin. Some of you likely heard him earlier today. For those of you that have clarity, he did a custom live stream answering some of your questions and going over the details of the forecast. We're going to allow for a few minutes to allow for some additional folks to come on here, but we do have an active tornado watch that is issued for eastern
Yep.
Iowa, northeastern Missouri, western Illinois, and far southwestern Wisconsin that will kickstart the day here, Matt, for our strong to severe threat.
Yeah, and as far as what's going on the radar right now, the environment, the wind field is actually pretty impressive, and to really associate with the showers at this point in northern Illinois, stretching just east of St. Louis. They got to give them some time to get going, and so I think as far as a tornadic risk with those particular storms, it's in my opinion, based off what I've seen as of recently, it's much more conditional. But off to the west into Iowa, those storms just pushing east of Des Moines, it's kind of all bets are off at this point. I see multiple areas of rotation with some of these storms by Ottumwa, uh, just east of Corden in southern Iowa. There's multiple pieces of rotation within those storms. Now, I know there's no tornado warning ongoing right now, but you can argue there could be about two, three, four potential areas of rotation. I wouldn't be shocked if we do end up getting a tornado warning over the next 30 minutes in some of those storms. Further to the north, again, kind of along I-80, I don't see really much rotation with that, but still packing a punch with those storms along I-80 in Iowa ongoing right now. Uh, Again, by just east of Lovilla, if I'm pronouncing that right, towards Ottumwa. If you're towards Ottumwa right now with that particular severe thunderstorm, it's discrete. I do see some rotation. I don't think it would hurt to go ahead and seek shelter because I do see that rotation. And then just west of Centerville, I see some rotation with those storms as well. Again, these, as far as into the immediate short term, these are the storms of most concern. Obviously, strong to severe thunderstorms are going to be at play with these. That's there's no doubt about that. But they will have the ability, and increasingly so, in my opinion, to produce tornadoes as these do start to shift east into eastern Iowa over the next couple hours. So we'll time those out in just a moment. John, if you could, for me, real quick, zoom out and give folks a bigger kind of picture of what we're dealing with across the Ohio Valley and the Midwest. But we are watching gradually with time the activity we see in northern Illinois stretching down just east of St. Louis. Eventually, I do suspect that activity is going to start to pick up a little bit of steam over the next 2 to 3 hours. And as that does so, we can likely see some strong to severe storms along that as it starts to organize and starts to shift off to the east, getting to the Illinois Indiana border. And then as we head deeper into the evening, it'll likely weaken a little bit as it approaches, say, Indianapolis, Fort Wayne. Still some strong to severe storms. I think wind gusts will be the main issue. Secondarily, maybe some isolated large hail, and then a very low in risk for a tornado, especially you could see. This is our latest nowcast that we sent out to folks on Clarity, especially in that 4 to 7 p.m. Time zone where there's an isolated tornado risk. But again, with some of these storms right now, it just seems to be very conditional if you're into northern Illinois with these group of storms for that tornado risk. We'll be watching that closely because the atmosphere does have some spin. And John, they just issued a tornado warning towards Ottumwa as well. If you're interested in this, that QR code in the top right-hand corner, I believe one of our first comments in the chat was our sign up link for Clarity, where we've been going over this and we're looking at this closely. So,
Matt, let's go ahead and start on a timer for the Ottumwa cell. I want to echo Matt's thoughts on these cells that are rotating, but this cell in particular has great access to what we call southerly flow. And as a result, I think it's going to have out in the open, have a much easier time in getting itself together and being capable of producing a tornado. Also watch this particular cell to actually start to turn a bit more to the east. We'll need to watch as it evolves and pushes more into the northeast, but let's keep a close eye on that. We'll get a timer on it. Right now, this tornado warning is in effect for Ottumwa. It does not show that it is a confirmed tornado at this point, tornado detection possible, but if you are in the path of this storm, please seek shelter immediately. Ottumwa Agency and northeastern part of your county, northeast of US 63 and 34.
Yeah, I certainly see the rotation with that storm by Ottumwa. Again, if you are in Ottumwa, Iowa, seek shelter right now. Don't play around with it. The environment's very supportive. I see the rotation. It is tornado warned. Go ahead and seek shelter.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to time out the entire cell of where I think the leading edge of the greatest severe threat and or rotation is. And I'm going to point it a bit to the east just to anticipate more of a turn. We'll need to watch this. We're getting about 50 miles per hour. Some timing here for you. Hendrick 318 Central, Ollie 330 Central, Washington 357 Central, Crawfordsville, Iowa 405 Central, Wayland 358 Central. Again, for those of you that are east and or northeast of this red box, you are not under a tornado warning yet, but this cell, Matt, in my opinion, just has the ingredients to go quite a ways, maintaining, if not even increasing its intensity.
I wish I would disagree with you, John, obviously in this case, but given that the storm's kind of discreet out ahead, that'll be one to watch. I think it's not the only storm to watch, John, because the storms further off to the west, I certainly see some pockets of rotation, albeit broad at this point, but just west of Moravia, Iowa, just west of Centerville. There's some additional pockets of rotation that can develop in that line in behind as well. And I think it's just likely, on top of the tornado risk, that these storms just continue to shift east and continue that strong to severe risk as it does move to the east as well. So certainly going to be a time, if you are into eastern and southeastern Iowa out ahead of these storms, be very weather aware this afternoon, this evening. Because I think, in my opinion, John, the risk for tornadic potential is just going to increase the deeper into the afternoon to the evening we work into eastern and southeastern Iowa.
Unfortunately, I agree. And even a couple of these cells, far northeastern Missouri, southeastern Iowa, we need to keep an eye on as well. I do understand there's some overlap, but I want to highlight the timing of this strong to severe line of thunderstorms that is developing. These yellow boxes represent the current severe thunderstorm warnings, which are for 60-mile-per-hour winds and large hail. But as Matt said earlier, each of these two cells are rotating. So there definitely can be some additional tornado risks along this particular line.
Absolutely.
Here are a few times for that as well. Delta 334 Central, Blakesburg 330 Central, Unionville 333, Drakesville 4 Central. A little further to the north, Williamsburg 352 Central, and then Keswick 336 Central.
And right now, as far as the severe thunderstorm warnings along that area of storms, right now they're for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. As this does start to organize, especially that line of storms in behind that discrete cell off to the east, we'll need to watch for it to bow out a little bit. And so it'll kind of look like a bow and arrow, right? The bow part. When that occurs, we'll need to be especially watching where we can see some wind gusts that can exceed 60 miles per hour. So the straight line wind threat is going to be certainly continue to increase as well with these storms as they start to shift off to the east into eastern Iowa, in addition to the tornadoes and some large hail that'll be possible. And again, further off to the east, we're just watching at this point. as far as with this grouping of storms into northern Illinois, stretching down to the south. Right now, anything as far as being more robust is a little bit more conditional into the immediate short term. Right now, I don't see anything that catches the eye, but I do expect those areas storms to start to intensify again over the next 2 to 3 hours and start to work its way into the Illinois-Indiana border. Chris, great to see you on here. Appreciate you hopping in. So a couple of areas we'll be watching. For some of you folks into northern Illinois, it may end up ultimately being with this area of storms, this grouping of storms into Iowa that may end up being the main show. If you watched my Clarity Live, for folks who are on Clarity, I was concerned about this initial group of storms, but right now just have not been able to really tap into the better instability and the better wind fields, at least yet. So we'll be watching all that closely.
These cells as well, Matt, they've got a ways to go. They need to mature as they approach Burlington and Quincy. They're moving northeast at about 45 to 50 as well. They've got good southerly winds backing them up too. If these can get going, these I think would be our next round of a few cells that can get out in front of the main wave and be capable of producing some tornadoes and large hail. But I think we should have a good idea on their development in the next 30 to 45 minutes. That's about as long as it'll take.
Crow's Milk, you asked about Carbondale, Illinois in the 4 to 7 p.m. window. John, I don't know if you can bring up Brett's graphic that he issued the nowcast over on Clarity. Yeah, 5% low in chance for a tornado. Wind gusts and hail will be the more of the deal for you in that time frame.
One thing I do want to mention, Matt, before things get active, this is a perfect time for you to scan that QR code in the upper right-hand corner for clarity. And one of the most important features of it is those location-specific alerts. So as we're tracking these severe thunderstorms and future tornado warnings, that's going to be very important for you to have not only within the second updates as to when those alerts are issued, but for your location specifically. Don't just rely on those tornado sirens. A lot of times when they sound them off, it's for the whole county, not necessarily your location. You want to make sure you have all of the accurate information in order to make a wise decision, whether it's for your family or your business. So make sure to scan that QR code, and you can continue to track these storms with us tonight as well. With the Nowcast, great example of one that meteorologist Brett Waltz put out as we watch these storms evolve.
Paula, in terms of back to Louisville from 5 to 7, the storms will be still off to your west at that point. Passing central Indianapolis, that group of storms in Iowa, that's not going to be of concern for Indianapolis. That's going to continue to kind of track north and east with time. But the storms, the showers at this point, really, into Illinois, we're expecting those to start to intensify again over the next 2 to 3 hours, and then eventually getting into Indianapolis this evening, probably around, I'd say, 9 to 10. Or 8 to 9.
I would also say, Matt, it wouldn't surprise me if these can continue to intensify, at least in eastern Illinois, some type of a severe thunderstorm watch at the very least being issued. Perhaps a tornado watch. We'll have to see how quickly it can intensify. But that's a question we usually start getting as the line gets going. So I wanted to address that right away. Eastern Illinois, Western Indiana. I would bet there's some type of watch that might need to be considered.
Yeah. So again, if I've seen a lot of questions, and John, I do want to go back to those storms into Iowa because those are the storms that are packing the punch into the short term. So I do want to discuss those storms and go back to that. But a lot of questions about central Indiana. Again, I think there'll be more or less a line of storms that moves through. It's primarily going to be that of wind gust. I think the tornado threat's going to be extraordinarily isolated by the time it gets into central Indiana.
Absolutely. And, take a screenshot of this, send this to people. Better yet, like, share, comment on your social feeds. As these storms continue to push to the east, we're going to stay live and we'll continue to track them as they get closer.
Paula, probably as you get towards Indianapolis, you'll have a line of storms to contend with.
So nice hail core there, northwest of Ottumwa now, Matt.
Yeah, these are some nasty storms, no doubt about it. Again, by Albia, Iowa, I do see some rotation there. And again, just west of Centerville, there's a little bit of rotation trying to pop up as well. But the storm of most concern, John, is that storm that has now tracked north and east of Ottumwa. Certainly looks like to me, John, it's producing some large hail with it as well. Quarter size, maybe even a little bit larger than quarter size, John, just based off what I see on reflectivity, on clarity on the radar, and continue to see that rotation, that storm as well towards Ottumwa.
Yeah, this is a product called correlation coefficient, and you can see the drop in values here, Matt. It is a bit further away from the radar, but regardless, definitely a hail core and then a spike right here as the radar beam, as it scans into the clouds and it hits the hailstones, it's reflected back. So definitely some large hail. Usually we see that right around 1.5 inches in diameter and above. So probably getting close to golf ball sized hail here, Matt, if I had to estimate just based on the radar.
And that's John, that's your expertise right there. John kind of does quite a few of our forensic reports here at BAM Weather, so he's very used to analyzing these for hail.
Yep. So if you got cars parked out in the path of the storm, get them in the garage. But more importantly, the greater concern is the rotation with these storms and the severity. So make sure you're seeking shelter. I will double back to the timer. Timing still applies, and I'm timing out the leading edge of the strong severe part of the storm. So it's not just the rotation, it's as that cell continues to push to the northeast, represents when the earliest you can see that severe potential impact your area.
John, now I will say that particular storm, it is moving quite northeast. I haven't seen it take that northeast trajectory, so you may want to get a new timing for that particular cell, John.
I agree. I think I want to include Harper and Westchester now, just as it can. And you can even see what Matt is talking about. He's animating the radar. Look at it as this storm almost parallels that northwestern line here of the tornado warning. So yeah, I think that's a good call. Let's go ahead and redraw that.
It may eventually, John, it may want to take a little veering to the northeast a little bit, or to the east a little bit, as it does continue to track northeast. But right now, the trajectory of it looks awfully northeast to me, John.
I agree. And when I timed it a couple minutes ago, I was still getting closer to 50.
Okay.
What do you think about this right now, Matt?
Yeah, for now, I think that's a good idea for folks.
Yep. Ainsworth, Crawfordsville, Columbus City. Just keep an eye on this cell as we watch it continue to evolve. Here, I'll circle the areas that I want us to pay attention to. Just keep an eye if you're in this area. I'm not putting you in the track yet. Let's just watch. So updated timing, and there's the new tornado warning, Matt, just got issued. Very close to our new polygon.
Yep.
Brighton is under the tornado warning. Right now, Ollie 408 Central, Wellman 401 Central, Westchester 355 Central, Washington 406 Central, and now Harper that's included in this 4 Central as well.
Yeah, I would say if you're towards Ollie, Westchester, certainly I would go ahead and get some preparations ready and start to seek shelter for this particular storm. Does look nasty. I do see the rotation on the radar. So if you're in that tornado warning, please seek shelter. Don't play around with this particular storm. They probably, John, to be honest, I don't know if the tornado warning includes the verbiage of the hail. Does it on that particular storm?
It does. 2-inch hail. So hen egg sized hail up to 2 inches in diameter. And we do have a confirmed report of $half sized hail. So that's around 1.25 in downtown Ottumwa.
Okay.
We just got a ping pong ball sized hail. That's 1.5. So it's approaching golf ball sized hail as it exits Ottumwa.
Yeah, it's that storm means business out ahead. That is a nasty storm. Again, John, it's not if we get a confirmed tornado report, we could see that red tornado warning turn purple. Haven't seen that yet. Regardless, it doesn't matter. If you're in the path of that storm, seek shelter.
Yep. And just not to confuse people, I changed my track to red just so that it's representative of we're just dealing with a radar indicating rotation. But nonetheless, again, if you're in this red polygon here, make sure to seek shelter. You're further to the northeast. Be prepared for the storm as it approaches.
I continue to see a lot of questions about central Indiana, and keep in mind we are right now the storms of focus is we're looking into southeastern Iowa right now. Uh, Eventually, we do expect these showers really at this point east of St. Louis up towards Chicago to start to intensify over the next 2 to 3 hours. Towards Indianapolis is kind of into that 8 to 11 p.m. time frame, probably closer to 9 p.m. for the Indianapolis area.
Mark, would it be helpful? Are you talking about when I use the tracker? Do you need me to zoom in a bit more so you can see the cities?
Randy, great to see you. Thanks for joining us again. I know I chatted with you earlier. At least this first initial area of showers and storms, Randy, right now it seems that the ongoing activity, it's going to be much more conditional. Based off what I've seen, I think this initial area is probably going to have a hard time producing strong and severe storms. We're going to be watching it very closely, Randy. But I think it's especially the second area of storms that we see off into Iowa. That may end up being the main show for you as far as severity into the Chicago area. Again, watching that closely. Jennifer will probably stay online really through the evening. We're kind of covering this event as a whole. You know, if I had to guess, we'll probably be live on here through about around 10 p.m. tonight.
No worries at all, Caitlin. We're wanting to focus on the areas initially that are seeing those greater strong to severe storm threats. We will shift over further to the east as it warrants and as the storms rather continue to intensify.
Yep. At least, John, you know, the storms in northern Illinois is starting to produce lightning, so they're trying to get going. They're just maybe a little too late with this first initial batch in terms of Chicago itself.
Yeah, I've seen a couple lightning strikes, Matt, but that's really about all I've seen on radar.
Yep.
That's approaching a few gusts of 35 to 40. But from what I can tell, those very well are likely just non-thunderstorm gusts out ahead of it.
Could very well be. Again, that storm northeast of Ottumwa, the tornado warning for Packwood, Richland, Keota, and Iowa. Continue to see the rotation with that storm. It's the most concerning storm at the moment. It's discrete. It's out ahead of the overall line off to the west. Typically, you want a more discrete storm by itself to get the rotation. So, again, John's got some timings up for a general timeline of when the storm can start to impact you. If you're in that tornado warning into southeastern Iowa, go ahead and seek shelter. There are at least a few areas of John at this point, I would say, is just some broad and weak rotation in the line off to the west. Right now, it looks primarily that of the strong wind gust and large hail threat, and I think especially the wind gust threat. And it's worth watching that line behind as it continues to move off to the east. I would not be shocked if we get some 60-plus mile per hour wind gusts. Don't see that at the moment. Right now, it's only warned for the 60 mile per hour winds in the quarter-inch hail.
And I think as well, this line can expand a bit more into northern Missouri. So even though if you're animating it on radar, here, I can do that for us. Mount Pleasant, Burlington, even if we can see more expansion on this line, it will want to start to swing more towards the east naturally. So even if you start to see this look like it may pass you by, there are risks for additional expansion. And a couple of these cells that are already starting to monitor developing southwest of Burlington and south of Mount Pleasant.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be worth watching for the storms out ahead.
Yep.
Because any of the storms out ahead of this line would be, you know, they're being discrete out ahead of the line. They're just going to have a little bit more of the ability to rotate. So we'll be watching that closely and see how things evolve with those particular storms that's trying to get going by Burlington, south of Mount Pleasant in Iowa.
Jamie, I saw that on my Twitter feed. I know that he's on that cell, but thank you for confirming that. I imagine it's still in the process of intensifying just based on looking at the hail core. And as it cycles once again in the next 15 to 20 minutes, I think that'll really be its first shot where it can put something on the ground, unfortunately.
Awesome. Noah, one of our fellow meteorologists here, said he's getting about 45, 47 on the line in southern Iowa.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you, Noah. Thank you, Noah, for the report. John, show that nowcast to folks.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yep.
Yeah, that's a great looking nowcast by meteorologist Brett Waltz.
This will likely be sent out shortly to those of you on the path. Brett, timing out the core, the arrival of the supercell with the tornado risk and the very large hail.
Yeah, and again, this is something we're sending out to clients in our Clarity application. If you're interested in our Clarity application, it comes loaded with tons of tools, including nowcasts like this. That QR code in the top right-hand corner, scan that if you want to sign up, or someone on my team will also put in the sign-up link in the comments as well. But just a really powerful platform that really combines the human element with the weather data to help keep you as best informed as possible for incoming and inclement weather. John, I will be right back. Give me just a moment.
Sounds good. I'm continuing to look around here. What I want to do with the new timing that Noah just gave us is re-time out this orange zone from Centerville to Ottumwa. Yes, in Ottumwa, you are getting another round of severe thunderstorms. As Matt has mentioned, we are watching the potential for some embedded rotation along this line. So far, from what I can tell on radar, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, 1-inch hail remaining the threat as the storms push further east into Ottumwa and Bloomfield, and now, of course, through Centerville. That can evolve. This is the beginning of the event. There's plenty of ingredients out ahead of this. Further to the north, closer to I-80, I am only seeing a few stronger gusts of 40 and some small hail. We'll need to watch for some additional warnings that may be needed. But let's time out this line. About 40, 45, 46. This will overlap with those of you in the tornado warned area. But first and foremost, Blakesburg 330 Central, Ottumwa, your second round of the day. 343 Central, Flores 357, Bloomfield 358, Pulaski 411, Libertyville 412, Fairfield 415. This is for the risk with that line of storms that is producing damaging winds of 60 miles per hour and large hail. Sorry to hear about the tree. Yeah, the wind gusts have been out ahead of this system, not associated with thunderstorms. We got even a couple reports in central Illinois of 45 to 55. So definitely sorry to hear that. That's never ideal or fun to deal with. Glad you are safe and okay.
What's going on, John?
I had someone comment that in Indianapolis, the wind gusts were so strong it uprooted a tree and fell on a car.
Oof. Yeah, that's no fun. Sorry to hear that. John, I'm already seeing like the group of storms west of that tornado warned cell, kind of by Hedrick, Iowa right now. starting to see a little bit of maybe some bowing segments trying to get going. And so as we go forward with this particular line of storms, as it starts to progress to the east, we'll be watching those bowing segments and how they evolve to see if we can get any type of wind gusts that can start to exceed 60 miles per hour. But right now, it's just severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour wind gust, and hail with those storms in behind. Watching closely the storms into southeastern Iowa and northeastern Missouri as well, as it looks like those are starting to gradually start to build as well. Chuck, appreciate you.
Great way to visualize this too. I do not have a drawing tool to show this. You can see where the bulk of the strongest severe thunderstorms are. This pop-up area in southeastern Iowa, northeastern Missouri, do you see the clouds as the colors of the tops of them start to change to more of a greenish orange? That's the cloud getting colder. That's the difference in the color. So that's telling me that those storms, those updrafts are getting stronger, and they're likely going to become a bit more sustained over the next 45 minutes to an hour. So another great tool we have access to look at that as well.
Keep hearing from a couple weather pages that Monroe and Owen counties are going to get severe thunderstorms and tornadoes. The tornado risk is incredibly low. A severe thunderstorm wouldn't rule out this evening, because I do think, again, the area, now they're thunderstorms. I'm starting to see more lightning by Champaign than just east of St. Louis. I'm starting to see that intensify a little bit. So as things start to intensify again over the next 2-3 hours, we should start to see a little bit more of an organized area of storms work their way into eastern Illinois, then eventually into western Indiana. But the tornado risk is incredibly low, in my opinion.
And we were getting some questions earlier. I wanted to bring up our severe risk map for the region. We have it placed now just to the east of where the activity is in central Iowa. Those areas, of course, we have now cast out for that. But a great way to see how, as that line continues to push from west to east, we expect the risks to gradually decrease as it approaches Bloomington, Indianapolis, Fort Wayne, Evansville.
John, real quickly, because I do want to get back to some of those storms into Iowa. It may not hurt to show folks quickly on Synoptic the 18Z HRRR, just to give folks a general sense of what the radar may look like this evening.
Of course, yeah, I agree. I think that can be helpful for general timing. Simulated radars such as HRRR, you've seen Matt use them, you've seen me use them. They're not always going to be perfect, so don't take it verbatim. Take it as and I'm going to put this up so you can see the times in the upper right-hand corner. It's general thoughts on timing as the storms progress, how they're going to perform, how they're going to interact with the environment that they're in. This is 6 Eastern. This is 8 Eastern. So we've got a couple areas that we're monitoring. These storms exiting out of Iowa and any of the discrete activity out ahead of them as an additional tornado threat for northern Illinois, far southern Wisconsin. Another line of potentially strong to severe thunderstorms approaching St. Louis and Springfield. And then, of course, this line stretching from Kalamazoo, Kokomo, Indianapolis, Bloomington, along into the west of that I-69 corridor. You can see this simulated model tries to depict, Matt, some of those bowing segments as we see the low-level jet interact with these storms. So I do think that the damaging wind concerns as it pushes east into more of our possible low-end zones, those damaging wind risks of 60 are going to continue to maintain, and so will the isolated embedded tornado risks. But notice what happens as this continues to get pushed to the east. We gradually start to see more of these storms diminish as they begin to push into southeastern Michigan and western Ohio.
Yep. Weakens a little bit.
Ohio tonight, yeah, Alexis, I think far western Ohio, especially northwestern Ohio, let's watch for more of a greater potential for damaging winds of 50 to 60. But I really think this line falls apart as we get beyond that midnight hour, as it starts to push into central Ohio. We just lose our ingredients.
Yep. So I've been getting a lot of questions in kind of central Indiana-ish area. Just wanted to talk about that for some folks. But John, let's go over to Iowa and let's take a look at the latest with some of these really nasty storms ongoing in Iowa. The storm, again, a tornado warning storm by Kyoto, Richland, just north of Packwood at this point. Looks like it's producing some pretty prolific hail. Continue to see rotation within that storm. Nasty storm.
Radar estimating 2.75 now right there as well. And we just got a observed tag on this for hail, hen egg sized hail.
John, how big would 2.75 inch be?
2.75, I believe, would be baseball.
Baseball. Holy smokes. Which is not surprising given the environment. It's all by itself. It's got the rotation. Those are typically the storms that can do it. So I am concerned, John, and I know you mentioned it earlier, just given the fact that this particular storm is out on its own by itself, out ahead of that main line of storms. It may be a while for it to lose its rotation, and I'm concerned if you're out ahead of it, it can continue to pack a punch and still have that tornado risk associated with it.
Matt, I would be interested to know what you think about this. If we can see more of a Boeing segment from the cells behind, and these are not severe warned right now, they're just borderline even strong storms, but if we can see a bit of an increase here, is there a risk it could catch up with the cell out ahead?
I think so. I mean, that's a risk. We just need to see it happen, John.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to know for sure if that could happen or not. I would not be shocked if some of those storms can go back severe warned also, yes. John.
Yep.
Just the way it looks on the radar and the environment.
Matt, I continue to see on this tornado warned cell broad rotation in play. I don't disagree with the tornado warning. It's got quite a hail core on it as well, so I don't see anything defined, but given the intensity of it, would continue to, if you are in this tornado warning, seek shelter. Westchester, Washington, Wellman, Riverside. I'm actually going to pull up Brett's Nowcast graphic again. No disagreements with this overall.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, this is a Nowcast we put in clarity for some of you folks out ahead of that storm. If you're interested in clarity, that QR code in the top right-hand corner can get you signed up. We can also put the sign-up link in the chat as well to sign up for our platform. This is where all our forecasts go. We're doing forecasts around the clock, 24/7. Just we're not always live, right? We have so much more that we do on a day-to-day and even hour-by-hour basis within the application. So be sure to check that out. Also, guys, if you find this helpful, like, share, comment, anything you guys can do, help us reach more folks. We'd greatly appreciate that. Kathy, great question. I know you're asking about northeastern Illinois. This first batch of storms just is kind of struggling to get going. It's struggling to capture the environment, which is overall pretty darn good. But these initial storms, we'll be watching them closely to see if we can get a rogue strong storm over the next 1-2 hours in northeastern Illinois. But we're going to be watching this next area of storms off into Iowa as it moves to the east towards Chicago. That may end up being the prime threat for severe weather into northeastern Illinois. The concern, however, is by the time it gets into northeastern Illinois, how much instability will we have? I don't know where you're at exactly into northeastern Illinois, but I think it bears worth watching.
Matt, we do have a little strong storm statement that just got issued out here in western Ohio.
Okay, kind of rogue all by itself.
Yep.
Kathy, and in particular, in terms of that graphic, that's with this initial area of storms. Doesn't necessarily reflect the storms further off to the west, to be very clear. John, I'm going to imagine that's for some strong wind gusts and some hail.
Yep, 40 looks like 45 mile per hour gusts and pea-sized hail. So
Okay.
US 33 corridor, keep an eye on that as it pushes to the north, but that's in a very low end, strong, severe environment at this time. But I wanted to highlight that as it is showing up on radar.
Yeah, if for any of you folks who watched my update in clarity earlier today, I was at least concerned about at least some isolated, sporadic showers and thunderstorms late this afternoon into the early evening as a kind of a piece of energy drifts to the north and maybe a little bit further east than what I expected earlier today. I thought it could be a little bit more in Indiana at this point, but I would not expect anything overly robust, overly severe, or even coverage-wise, John. With that cell that we see just northeast of Dayton should be rather isolated at best.
Agreed.
Any of that activity out ahead of this main area of storms. Again, getting a lot of questions still about central Indiana. John, go ahead and show that graphic again for folks real quick. With this first initial pulse of showers and a few thunderstorms, should intensify over the next couple hours, and that's going to pose a risk for primarily strong wind gusts as it does move from west to east. The tornado threat's incredibly low, but non-zero as it does shift off to the east. For some of you folks in northern Illinois, this is just round one of showers and thunderstorms. We'll continue to watch the storms off into Iowa as those start to drift to the east. That's probably at this point going to be the main threat for severe weather for some of you folks into northern Illinois who are watching. And Kathy, for you as well. So again, you're not done after 7 p.m.
No new mesoscale discussions yet either, Matt. So I don't see much out east.
No, we're kind of in a wait and hold pattern, so to speak, John, in terms of the storms into Illinois at this point. They still have a little bit to go to get their act together. So as those do start to get their act together, we'll start to focus in a little bit more on those. But right now, as far as in the Midwest, as far as where the most robust storms are at, it's these storms, especially into just east of Des Moines, south of Cedar Rapids, where we do have a severe thunderstorm warning and a tornado warning. Have a few storms trying to form out ahead, and John, I think we need to watch those closely to intensify over the next 1 to 2 hours as well. Very welcome, Kathy.
Yeah, Matt, I was looking at a couple of these line segments, northeastern Illinois. They're still
John.
Yeah.
They just put out an MD.
there it is.
It's in southeastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois.
Perfect.
And when we talk about an MD, it's called a mesoscale discussion. It's what the folks over at the Storm Prediction Center put out before they issue a tornado watch or severe thunderstorm watch. In this case, the mesoscale discussions in an area where there's already a tornado watch. There's already a tornado watch. So at this point, I'm not sure what they're talking about, John. I guess they're just talking about the ongoing wave and the continuance of severe weather out ahead of it.
Yeah, I think that's more than likely. Matt, probably about everything that we've been talking about over the past 30 minutes with the environment moving out east. That's what it looks like to me. So,
yep.
Matt, team is saying that they have just issued some type of alert here in northern Illinois. There was a cell I was watching between Elburn and Lily Lake. Looks like a small tornado warning. Elburn, Crampton Hills, Wayne. Do see it on radar here. Tough to tell whether that's more of a downburst type signature, a little bit of rotation.
Yeah, a little bit of rotation there. Just southeast of Lily Lake, John, it looks like.
Yep.
by Elburn. A little bit of rotation there. So that'll be worth watching. Again, we've talked about those storms. They're taking their sweet time to get their act together in northern Illinois, but some rotation there. So folks on our team have issued a BAM tornado warning for that particular cell. Be worth watching. It's only radar indicated.
I will circle on here the area of rotation. Just between Elburn and Lily Lake. So Campton Hills, Wayne. Let's watch this cell as it pushes to the northeast.
Looks pretty weak right now.
Yep, I agree.
I'll admit.
Matt, I want to shift back over to Iowa.
Okay. Decent flooding, says Vinny, in DeKalb.
Okay. Well, they got all that rain this morning too.
Yeah. I feel like nonstop all day long in northern Illinois. Been kind of a nonstop area of rain. Yeah, still that storm, John, in east of Des Moines, just west of Washington, kind of in between Richland and Keota, Iowa, just continues to remain a very nasty thunderstorm. John, I'm looking too at some of those storms further south and east. It looks like they continue to try to get their act together.
It does, based on lightning alone, you can see, and we will animate this as well. Taking their time, Matt, but they're moving into a better environment. This is the only severe thunderstorm warning we have active. They dropped the severe thunderstorm warning for Ottumwa, Iowa. Nonetheless, I would still be prepared for some small hail and gusts of 40 to 50.
Absolutely, John. John, it may not hurt for folks. Maybe give them a timing or show Brett's nowcast from earlier with that particular cell. Just to give folks an update on timing.
We were still getting, I believe, 50 on this cell in particular. I'm going to do a timer for it. And time out the core as well. As it's still moving fairly to the northeast.
Yep.
Wellman 356, Hills 416, Coralville 423, West Branch 431, West Liberty 439.
And again, that
storm.
Yep, tornado warning storm, $50 size hail, and the rotation that I continue to see in that particular storm just continues to be present. Still there.
Yep, and yeah, continuing to get reports of hail between a quarter and $50 behind it. Matt, just looking at it on velocity and again on reflectivity, to me it doesn't look as if it's expanding which would, from my vantage point, suggest that it's not necessarily intensifying either.
Well, John, I'll be honest with you, it's going to be hard to intensify much more than what it's at right now.
Yeah, I agree.
It does look like, John, just behind that, looks like some hail cores starting to try to reemerge with some of the cells in behind. Starting to see some of those brighter pinks show up on the radar by Hedrick.
Anytime we start to see DBZ, and I know many of you have asked about this on radar, you can view this on clarity on the local radar as it approaches your location. But 55 and above is typically when we start to see more of a presence of hail. Usually 55, it's going to start off fairly small. But oftentimes it can be indicative of hail beginning to mix in with rain. There's likely some locations southeast of Kyoto and then north of Richland that they might not have seen any rain at all, Matt. They could have just seen hail. So that when you get with these types of storm setups, it's not a surprise as well. Let's go ahead and retime out this band.
Kathy, I know, right? Thanks for joining us. We appreciate you. And again, we continue to get a lot of questions in central Indiana. The storms we're talking about in Iowa, these aren't the storms we're concerned about for into central Indiana later this evening. It's with the activity we see in Illinois, a little bit of intensification over the next couple hours, primarily a strong wind gust threat. Tornado threat's incredibly isolated.
I'll still time out that line. I was just double checking the timing towards Keswick. Yeah, still looking at around 45.
And we're just we're kind of waiting a little bit as well, John. The storms into southeastern Iowa starting to work their way into, closer to Burlington, Davenport, Western Illinois. See if those storms can start to intensify over the next 1 to 2 hours as well. John, I'm surprised. I thought that line of storms into eastern Iowa could pack a little bit more of a punch thus far. But it will be interesting to see how things evolve over the next 1 to 2 hours as it does drift further east towards the Illinois border. And that storm out ahead, it just continues to be a powerhouse storm by Kyoto. In fact, John, I wouldn't be surprised if we see an expansion of that tornado warning east.
That or a very large severe thunderstorm warning. It does appear that it's starting to lose a bit of its intensity.
I think there needs to, at the very minimum, needs to be a severe thunderstorm out ahead of that.
I agree.
Storm.
Yep.
I'm not sure why there isn't. And it looks like, John, you're timing out the main line of storms.
Yes, but I'll switch back here. The area that Matt and I are talking about for at least some type of a warning expansion would likely be in this zone right here. We'll watch. Guys, I'm getting better at the drawing tool. Still a little sloppy on the edges. Appreciate your
patience. John, you're doing fine, man.
That's where I would likely expect to see either the tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning expanded again for large hail and rotation. The timing that I just did was I took it out 2 hours this time, and that's the line that Matt and I were talking. It's not packing as much of a punch just yet. We've got one severe thunderstorm warning that looks like for Centerville and is likely going to be expired. I would expect there to be additional strong storm statements or severe thunderstorm warnings along the leading edge. But this line, still all hazards apply. think the large hail risk will be a bit more localized in nature, but it's the damaging winds of 60 to 70 and even a few embedded tornadoes as it continues to push into what I would call a favorable environment. Let's talk about the southern edge in terms of timings first, to shout out a few. Crawfordsville, Iowa, 440, Mount Pleasant, 452, Danville, 525, Burlington, 557, New Boston, 523, Fruitland, 506.
John, they did, I do see a mesoscale discussion, Southern Illinois, Carbondale, the Boot Heel of Missouri, Cape Girardeau, some of those areas.
Oh, I
Looks
see
like it would be for a severe thunderstorm watch.
Okay. Just for that southern line development.
Yep. Where there is a little bit more lightning in that area in particular. Yep, you can see it right there. Yep, 40%. So the National Weather Service, they always put odds on whether they'll issue a watch or not, and it's at 40% right now.
Matt, I suspect even though that MD area is only including this, if they were to do a watch, it wouldn't surprise me if they encompass a little bit areas further to the east as well.
Yeah, well, I mean, to be honest, the mesoscale discussion they had earlier, where we see the fairly massive tornado watch in northeastern Missouri into western Illinois, eastern Iowa, the tornado watch was much larger than the mesoscale discussion. So can't always take these areas from there verbatim. John, it looks like that storm north of Dayton really has crapped out a little bit.
Yes. Yeah. I was about to acknowledge that, but also, again, this nowcast that many of you have seen mentioning the timing. And again, that QR code in the upper right-hand corner, our meteorologist, our PM shift just arrived. They're actively working on updating nowcasts, making sure the app is in great shape with all the tools and features you need as these strong to severe thunderstorms continue to push to the east. So make sure to scan that. You can have more of us than what you have on the streams, our continual 60-second reels, our video updates, always wanting to keep you and your family safe and or your business.
So again, some of you folks asking about central Indiana, it's with the line of showers and thunderstorms that we see off in Illinois as it moves through later on to the evening. John showed the nowcast not long ago. This evening, primarily a wind gust threat, tornado threat's awfully low, and it'll probably be weakening as it starts to move to the east as we lose our instability as the sunlight is lost.
There's a new tornado warning, Matt.
There it is. That's a little late, if I have to be honest. Certainly I would have done that much sooner. In some of those areas. Let's take a look at that storm, John. Again, it's just all by itself, approaching Kalona, Riverside, Lone Tree, Hills, Iowa. Very large hail, John. I know we've got some reports of 2-inch size hail with this particular storm. Would not be shocked if maybe a spot gets a little bit locally, even larger hail as well. Velocity-wise, John, it looks to me like there's still some rotation embedded within that.
There is, absolutely. And I would imagine, based on what I can see on Twitter, there's a few chasers tracking it as well, continuing to report a wall cloud.
Okay.
So I would like to think, based on what we're seeing on velocity and that alone, attributed to the expansion of the tornado warning, and it was warned for 1.25-inch hail, definitely still on the table. Larger hail, possibly. Look at that little lightning spike as well there, Matt, leading out ahead of it. So storm is continuing to maintain intensity. There's a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Yep. And again, John, that's the area I mentioned. I would not be shocked if we reintroduce those as this moves to the east. John, click on that and see what the warning is for.
60 quarter-sized hail tornado detection possible. Let me flip back over, and these are the times of locations in Eastern time, so subtract an hour for CT. Go over here on velocity, Matt, see if we can, if there's any embedded notches.
I'm not, John, I'm personally not seeing anything as far as tight rotation is concerned with that particular storm. Interesting in behind the tornado warning storm just south of Wellman, Iowa, by Hayesville. Looks like it's starting to develop a hail core with that particular storm, and even maybe a little bit of rotation just east of Hayesville as well. Again, that's just west of the storm, the tornado warning storm further to the east.
Yeah, I don't disagree, Matt. It definitely looks like a increase in intensity in terms of the damaging wind risk. We can see on let me pull up my drawing tool. Definitely some stronger gusts of 50 plus likely coming in and reaching the surface. Parnell, Williamsburg, Marengo, Blairstown, South English. Let us know if you're watching from there, what you hear or see, but you're likely up first for some of these damaging wind gusts as well.
John, I personally believe that the storms on the south side of this line probably could use a severe thunderstorm warning in behind that cell, the tornado warning cell, which, John, man, that storm on the latest scan.
Yeah, it looks like it's trying to hook a little bit.
It's getting more of a hook. And when we talk about a hook, it's exactly what we're talking about. It's literally a hook, like the feature we see right there. Whenever you see that, plus we see the rotation as well on a separate product. Nasty storm there. If it hasn't produced a tornado yet, I know we've got some reports in the comments of just a lowering of a wall cloud, but to see that signal, starting to get more concerned that this thing may start to drop something.
Yeah, Ottumwa to Fairfield. You can even see this. It's trying to extend. It's trying to almost extend itself right here by Hendrick Agency.
Yeah. You can see some hail in that, John, some strong wind gusts.
Northern Illinois, for those that were watching, our team has expired here. There we go. On this radar has expired that tornado warning. Not seeing any rotation at this point, only perhaps a few stronger gusts of 30 to 35. That has been allowed to expire.
So far, John, as far as those storms in Southern Illinois in particular, where lightning's the most robust, I don't see anything. Certainly from a rotation perspective, that's concerning. Looks like they're trying to get their act together, trying to intensify a little bit. And so, again, over the next 1 to 2 hours, if you're into Southern Illinois, you could see a stronger storm or two. I'll be watching that closely as well. And then, John, it looks like you were looking at some of those storms in southeastern Iowa.
You start to see more lightning on them.
Yeah, and it looks like they may start to be developing some small hail cores as well. Those will certainly be ones to watch over the next couple hours as well.
What I expect to happen for those of you that are into northwestern Illinois, I see 5 or 6 distinct cells. Likely a couple of them are going to go away or be absorbed by the bigger parent cells. And I think if you're in Galesburg or anywhere along that northern extension of I-74 heading into the heading towards that greater Quad Cities area. Large hail potential, very similar to the cell that's east of the main line in Iowa. I think that's going to be your initial concern. We're likely going to start seeing that between 4:30 and 5:30 Central. That would be my prediction at this point.
Again, if you're in Iowa and you're towards Kelowna, Riverside, Lone Tree, Hills, seek shelter. That storm just looks nasty.
Yeah.
Tornado, large hail, likely very strong wind gusts with it as well. That storm is a bit of a powerhouse, unfortunately.
Clarity, we're noticing the rotation tracks beginning to pick up as well, especially near Westchester, where the core of the storm was.
Oh, yeah.
Minutes ago. Matt, we do have a new report that just came in southwest by about 2 miles of where the hook is, 2 to 3 miles of a gust of about 50 miles per hour.
Okay. You said 2 miles southwest?
2 miles southwest. Yeah, and that was, I imagine it's a delayed report, but because it's where the core went over. So whether that's downburst related, RFD, it's hard to say, but obviously we're dealing with multiple different risks.
John, I'm not sure we've done it in a few minutes, but timing out that storm, that tornado warned storm in Iowa.
Let's do it. Yeah, Daniel just confirmed for me a bit ago we're getting now closer to 46 miles per hour.
Okay.
No, I don't like that. Let me. Move off of here to the other one.
Yep, Brett confirms still about 46 miles per hour.
Okay. I think I'm going to adjust it now a bit more south. Current timing, this is over the next hour. And for context, just to zoom out for a second, Wilton going to be 5 Central, Tipton, Iowa, 447, Bennett 458, Toronto is on the very northerly extent of this, but I still have that included if we can continue to see northeasterly movement at 505. West Liberty, 439. Immediate concern areas, Riverside, 420, Lone Tree, 431, and Hills, 419. Storm capable of producing up to ping pong ball sized hail, and noting stronger tightening rotation.
Yep.
On the southern cell, especially southeast of this blue dashed line.
If you're in the path of that storm, I would go ahead and either one, if you're immediately out of it, just go ahead and seek shelter. But if you're kind of out from it a little bit, start preparing now. That storm has just continued to have rotation for quite a while at this point, John. It just kind of hasn't stopped. John, real quick, because I've seen a couple questions about Central Indiana again. If you could bring up that nowcast graphic for folks just to give them a general sense. And again, the storms we're talking about in Iowa, those aren't the storms that are going to impact Indiana. It's with the rain ongoing now into Illinois as it moves to the east. We could see some intensification over the next few hours. The severe risk is much lower in Central Indiana versus what we're seeing in eastern Iowa. Very low in risk for tornado and some wind gust. Would be the main concerns with some of those storms as they get going. They likely, by the time they even approach Indianapolis anyway, Central Indiana will start to lose a little bit of steam. So Again, I've seen quite a few questions concerning central Indiana, but right now the severe risk is certainly much lower than what it is getting into eastern Iowa and northwestern Illinois at this point.
Matt, let's take a quick look at a couple of these cells on reflectivity and velocity in southwestern Illinois.
Okay.
Definitely seen some stronger storm development, perhaps even some rotation just east of Chester, although we're getting away from the radar. Either way, some type of updraft, downdraft present.
Just east of Chester. John, I'll be honest with you, I'm not sure exactly where that's at.
It's probably the smallest city I could have chosen down there, Matt. I'm sorry. Northwest of Carbondale. Let's do that one.
I see what you're talking about. Yeah, the rotation looks weak.
Yes, I agree.
But I do see some at least weak rotation trying to develop.
And I think the takeaway with that is we're starting to get a little bit more increase in storm activity. At least south of I-64.
Yeah, towards Ava, Pinckneyville.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So in terms of intensification of storms, let's keep an eye on this area, especially over the next 30 minutes. This will continue to push more southwest to northeast, starting to interact with a bit of a better environment. No active severe concerns, but just from our radar vantage point, we can see that there is some slight intensification ongoing. Yeah. Matt, I feel like in the next 30, 45 minutes, there's probably going to be a warning for winds and maybe even some hail down here at some point.
John, I would agree with you on that. That's what my gut says.
Yeah.
Trent, great question. Again, the severe threat's low. I do think you get rain. I do think you get storms up by Elkhart County. Yeah, John, show the future radar for folks to help give them an idea. It's primarily going to be a wind gust deal. Tornado risk is isolated. And I would say overall the severe risk is not particularly too high this evening.
Trent, the majority of our models have the storm line intensified in northern Indiana just after 7 p.m., starting to reach South Bend before it gets to Elkhart County. I think for your area in particular, damaging winds, 60 miles per hour, and perhaps a very low end risk for an embedded tornado can't be ruled out. But it's going to be in and out fairly quickly. That's 8 p.m.
I don't think that second area of storms, by the time it gets into Indiana, it's not going to do it, in my opinion.
Might be some thunder. You might hear them, but
yeah, I'm not thunderstorms, sure. Yeah, absolutely.
I would say this match is very similar to, flip back and forth, Brett's Nowcast graphic as well. So it's an alternative way to view it. Very ideal. SynopticWX.com. You've seen us use this before. I feel like every other day when I'm going on here, Matt, I'm seeing some new update that is being processed on here. The one that I saw the other day was the loading screen of the models. So if you like tracking the weather, you're interested, this is our prime model site that we use when we're making decisions. So SynopticWX.com. Get onto the beta right now as it's free. Check it out. There's always new tools, and the speed continues to increase on it. Yeah. So it is amazing product where it's come in the past couple months.
Yeah, John, a couple of notes I want to make. One is thus far not impressed with what I see into Eastern Illinois from a severe perspective. Just need to give it a little bit more time. We'll see. We'll just be tracking that, monitoring that. If you're in central Indiana, John, and let me know if you agree or disagree, and you're expecting severe weather, I don't think it's one of those deals where it's a slam dunk.
Correct. Yeah, agreed. Yep.
Doesn't seem to be one of those deals. But they did just issue, John, the area I was talking about, the south edge of that line of storms in Iowa, new severe thunderstorm warning for that particular group of storms. Fairfield, Wayland, Brighton, Crawfordsville, Columbus Junction.
We do have
60.
but Matt, just to interrupt here, we do now have, based on Jake's report, it looks like a confirmed tornado just to the west of Riverside.
Okay. Let's go back to that storm, John.
Matt, it looks like it's sped up a bit as well.
I honestly think they need to issue a new tornado warning, John, out ahead of this towards West Liberty, southwest of Tipton, Iowa.
Yeah,
Jamie reports as well, tornado on the ground.
Yep.
Yeah, they need to issue a tornado warning out ahead of the ongoing tornado warning. Jake just got 45, John.
Okay.
So 47, kind of
47. Yep.
split it in between. Thank you, Jamie, for the report. Some of the folks on our team reported the same thing of the tornado on the ground. Again, towards West Liberty, southwest of Tipton, Iowa. If you're out ahead of that storm, I think the National Weather Service needs to issue a new tornado warning for that particular cell. It just continues to have its rotation. Still see the rotation on the radar, and now we're getting reports of this being a confirmed tornado on the ground. So dangerous storm, large hail associated with this as well, 2-inch, maybe even, John, a little over 2-inch hail being possible with that particular storm.
Yeah, and Matt, I might need to readjust this again for Iowa City, Stanwood, and Clarence. But I do think that this would be the point if that tornado can sustain, where we start to see a little bit more of an eastward track. Hills, 425, West Branch, 441, Tipton, 458.
Yeah, Jamie says he's watching Reed's stream on his TV and he saw it. So,
yep. Well, and here's
Jamie, you got the whole setup here, don't you? He's got the whole setup.
You can kind of see the hook, and that's why I wanted to encompass the southern extent of this now, as it might be able to drive the cell a little bit more to the east northeast.
We'll see, John. It's kind of thus far struggled to meander to the east. John, it looks to me as well. It may storms in behind, or maybe are trying to play catch up with it.
Yep.
The storms further off to the east are really starting to get going, John. Southeastern Iowa, now approaching the Davenport area.
Here we go. Yep.
If you're in Davenport right now, Aledo, Illinois, Alexis, Illinois, you need to start being really mindful of the weather as these storms are starting to intensify out ahead of this line. John, I'm just looking at what these storms look like on radar. They already have what that looks like they're already trying to rotate. They already look like supercells.
Yep.
And so just need to be very mindful. Right now, no severe weather yet, but we're going to be monitoring that very closely as well.
And out ahead of it as well, Matt, Galesburg, Monmouth, you actually are dealing with not some south and southeasterly winds at 25 knots. So that does not surprise me that we're starting to see more rotation. Unfortunately, this is a very good environment for supercells with tornadic potential, especially over the next hour.
Yeah. So again, if you're in that area, Davenport, south along kind of I would say, especially just east of the Iowa, Illinois border, need to start paying very close attention to these storms, in my opinion. As they just kind of have that look to them already, and the environment is certainly there that will be supportive. I see a few questions again. Patty, Caleb, asking Columbus, Lafayette. Again, the severe threat is low, to be honest. Those storms we're talking about in Iowa, those are not the storms that we're tracking to impact Indiana. It's with the rain showers and some of the thunderstorms we see off into Illinois now. It can be a little bit of intensification as they move to the east. Right now, just not super impressed, but a strong to severe storm will be possible. Primarily that of wind gusts would be the main threat. An outside chance, I'd say, John, at this distance for a tornado. On a scale of 1 to 10, it's a 1.
Yep. I think more than likely, as we watch these storms evolve and push to the east, it'll look more like a damaging wind risk scattered along the line, for sure.
So they're starting to intensify, John. I'm seeing a little bit more lightning continue there into southern Illinois, but they're taking their sweet time to get their act together. But again, our focal point right now is on these storms into eastern Iowa. In particular, this storm, John, I still don't see an expansion of the tornado warning. John, yeah, you go back to your timing.
Yeah, I don't either.
If
you look at it, you can very clearly see the hook on it, just now impacting Riverside. This is along State Road, what I believe is 22, approaching US 218. And
in my opinion, there needs to be a tornado warning extended away from that particular cell.
The current tornado on the ground, or confirmed tornado rather, is approaching. I think Lone Tree is going to be up next for sure at around 4:33. So that's around 10 minutes from now. And I will highlight tornado is not that big, but you can see the hook right there starting to work over Riverside right now.
Nasty area storms, both extending north and south. I would even argue, John, immediately in behind that storm with that line of storms in Iowa as well. Right now, there's that tornado warning's hugged both north and south by a severe thunderstorm warning, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Wouldn't be shocked to get some quarter-size hail as well with some of that activity as well, John.
And you can see these purple readouts from Richland to Fairfield. DBZ's nearing 60. Let's turn on hail tracks momentarily. Big hailer is the tornado warned storm, but you can start to see some of the grayish showing up behind these cells as they push into a more favorable environment. Even this cell that's approaching the Iowa border, starting to see some indications of half-inch to an inch hail as well.
Not surprised, John. Again, guys, if you are interested in clarity, we do so much more than just these lives. I did a live earlier today, just kind of giving a quick breakdown of the risk. We've had videos, etc. Scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner. Someone on my team will put the sign-up link as well in the comments. Be sure to check that out. Again, just offer tons of tools at your fingertips, but especially that human element is where clarity really shines. So again, all our forecasts go into the clarity application. So be sure to check that out. If this has helped you, like, share, comment, all of it helps us greatly. We'd appreciate that. John, it looks like we're not waiting on the National Weather Service. Looks like Jake has issued or is about ready to issue a BAM tornado warning out ahead of that storm.
There it is. I see it. Yep.
Okay. Great call, I think, by Jake. To get out ahead of that storm. So we have issued a BAM tornado warning with that storm just south of Iowa City for a potential tornado. I don't know if Jake, if he's watching the stream, but he said observe tornado. I know Jamie was talking about he saw on a separate stream someone live chasing it, a tornado on the ground with that particular storm. So again, BAM tornado warning in effect out ahead of that storm. Does that include Tipton, Iowa, John?
That does not. It's just on the outskirts of Tipton, Iowa.
Okay. So West Branch, West Liberty, just southwest of Tipton, east of Iowa City. If you're in our BAM tornado warning, if I were you, I would go ahead and seek shelter. I would not be shocked if the National Weather Service follows suit shortly and issues one out ahead of that particular storm.
Matt, real quick, what I'm going to do, I'm going to step off for a couple minutes. Are you in a position to take over the screen for a few?
Yeah, give me just a moment, John.
No worries. While Matt gets ready, these cells in particular, outside of the tornado warned, are still developing, but notice the hook feature and the more purplish DBZs indicating better hail potential and slowly starting to rotate. Same with this cell approaching the Quad Cities. It's got a ways to go, and not all of these are going to be necessarily capable of producing tornadoes and large hail. As supercells develop, they can merge. One can get out in front of another, kill the other behind it. So there's a lot of, we're going to really have
John,
to.
real quick, do you see that? That's an observed tornado warning.
This pink one here?
Yeah. I don't know if that's new or.
I thought that was for the other cell as it worked through.
I think it was, John. I just now noticed that's purple and wasn't red. I don't know if they just changed that or not.
Okay, they just issued a new tornado warning that should show up here shortly for West Liberty. The National Weather Service tornado warning does include Tipton and West Branch. So that'll be popping up on my screen momentarily. There it is. And that one is with the pink tag.
Confirmed tornado.
Yep.
John, give me just a moment. I'm looking for our nowcast. So when a few folks reach out about Central Indiana, I'm struggling to find it.
I'm going to send it to you right now.
Okay.
Big severe thunderstorm warning. Western Illinois. They are including all of the developing supercells that are pushing from southwest to northeast. And new MD as well. This severe thunderstorm warning, including Burlington and the Quad Cities. So we're including a couple metropolitan areas for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts and large hail of up to quarter size. I would expect, based on how they're approaching this storm, for as we start to see more of these begin to rotate, they will issue smaller tornado warnings and or smaller severe thunderstorm warnings for greater sizes of hail as these develop. There is a MD as well that was just issued. I imagine it's discussing increasing tornado potential. And has that tornado watch for southern Wisconsin? I think they just extended the tornado watch a bit further to the north as well.
They may have.
I think I'll have to look at that as well. Yep, Storm Prediction Center highlighting the out ahead increasing tornado and large hail potential. I can't say for sure, but I believe between Madison, West Bend, that tornado watch was just extended a bit further to the north from what I can remember. It could be an entirely new new watch. I'm waiting for that to pop up here.
Okay. John, I'm going to go ahead and let me share my screen. So you can stop sharing your screen at this point, John.
Okay.
Again, what we're dealing with right now, this seems to be a long-lived area of rotation in Iowa, and they have included Tipton in this tornado warning. It is a tornado reported, so an observed tornado. If you are in that tornado warning approaching Tipton, West Liberty, Wilton, please seek shelter. That storm has had a history of just producing rotation for quite a long time, ever since really we've been doing this stream, which at this point has been, we're going on close to 2 hours at this point. And so, we are concerned, and John and I talked about this storm. We had been concerned about this storm because it's out ahead of the main line. It's discrete, and there's really nothing blocking its inflow. I'm going to address a couple questions real quick, and I want to start again refocusing back on some of these storms into Iowa as we speak. But a lot of you have been asking about the storms into central Indiana this evening. Keep in mind, it's associated with some of these storms that we see off into Illinois right now. There could be a little bit of some intensification over the next couple hours. The risk is incredibly low. It would be primarily for that of some strong wind gusts. The tornado threat would even be even lower. I mean, it's a very outside shot that we can get an embedded piece of rotation. However, there is a little bit of spin in the atmosphere, so we can't fully rule it out. But the severe risk at this point looks quite low into central Indiana. So again, from kind of some general windows, nowhere near the severe risk that the folks in Iowa and northwestern Illinois are going to experience and are experiencing right now. So just keep that in mind. If you're in central Indiana, the risk is just quite low. We'll be watching it closely as they intensify a little bit. But right now, no severe thunderstorm warning on this particular line of storms ongoing at this moment in time. Let's shift gears back over to these particular storms that we see. We're getting about 50 miles per hour for some of these storms into eastern Iowa right now. I'm watching some of these storms along the Iowa-Illinois border. They are showing at least some characteristics of some potential rotation. Right now, you can see the National Weather Service kind of gave up on giving a severe thunderstorm warning for one individual storm. They just said, hey, let's just do the whole area. Why not? And may not be an awful call, although it is quite broad. But any of these storms certainly can pack a punch. In fact, if we click on this, one, you can see tornado detection possible. And so they're seeing the same thing we are, where there can be some spin and some rotation embedded in some of these storms. But 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts for those particular groupings of storms. I'm watching the rotation on these storms very closely. And if I see something pop up, I'll certainly kind of allude us to that risk for any rotation embedded within some of these cells. Back further off to the north and to the west, this storm here, just south of Iowa City, I see the rotation, just north of Lone Tree, just east of Hills, it looks like, John. This area of rotation just west of Liberty City. Area of greatest concern right into here with this particular tornado warning. In fact, you can see this little notch right about into here, I would say. That's where the greatest rotation is. Some very large hail on the northwest side of this. And this is purple, right? This is purple on our Clarity application because it is a tornado reported, an observed tornado for this particular storm. I'm going to, as best as I can, I want to time this out and give us a general sense of timing with this particular storm. I'm going to bring out our drawing tool in Clarity to give us a sense of timing with this particular storm. So we're getting about 50 miles per hour, and I'm going to draw this particular cell out for us.
Matt, I will be right back.
Okay. So again, if I track this, let me loop the radar for us real quick. I want to make sure I'm getting the right track for us. Make sure I'm getting the right trajectory of this particular storm. It does look like it has quite a northeast tilt on it still at this point. I'm going to veer it off to the right just a little bit because these tornadic storms do have a tendency to start to veer off to the north and to the east a little bit. But giving folks a general sense of timing with this particular storm. Keep in mind, these times that are showing up are in Eastern. So subtract an hour for Central Time, and you can get a general sense of the timing of this particular storm. I do think the southern edge of the National Weather Services, their tornado warning, it's a little bit ambitious on the southern edge. So some of you folks by, I would say, Lone Tree at this point, you're probably too far south to see that area of rotation. But this kind of tracking here, this area in yellow, those would be the areas at greatest risk to see this potential rotation. Again, that'd be about 4:37 for the storm to start to impact towards West Branch. So here in about a minute, 4:51 for West Liberty, Tipton 4:50 for some of these areas here. So let's watch the storm very closely. Again, it's had a long-lived history of having rotation. Large hail, could see ping pong size hail with this, especially West Branch towards Tipton, some of those areas on the north side of this particular system. And we'll be watching that very closely as over the next couple hours or so. Yeah, prayers for them for sure, guys. If you're in the path of this storm, again, I would say this purple tornado warning, and you can see we actually have a BAM tornado warning up as well because we want to get out ahead of that before the National Weather Service. But the north half of this purple area, that's a confirmed tornado warning. Again, just east of Iowa City towards Tipton, West Branch, West Liberty. If you're in those areas, please seek shelter now. This storm has had a long-lived history of producing a tornado, long-lived history of just simply producing rotation within that cell. And so concerned about something that could potentially be long-tracked and potentially a strong tornado as well. So let's watch that very closely. Again, we've got a widespread area of severe thunderstorms near Davenport. It's including Davenport with some of these storms near Davenport, just southwest of Davenport towards Aledo, along the Iowa-Illinois border. Again, the National Weather Service kind of just warned the whole entire grouping of storms. And so they've kind of done it for all the storms and not for each individual storm. These storms, I'm going to click on this severe thunderstorm warning with some of these storms. Notice that the tornado detection is possible because there is going to be the potential for some rotation within some of these storms, but 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail with those particular storms. We still have a severe thunderstorm warning on the south edge of that tornado warned storm. 3/4 inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds. Would not be shocked actually if we can get some hail up to 1 inch embedded within that as well. I'm going to quickly off screen. I'm going to assess some of the rotation in some of these storms that we see near Davenport and make sure there's no tricky type of rotation embedded within any of these. I at least see a couple areas of weak rotation in some of these. Let me see if I can do my best to get an area west of Preemption.
Yep. And north of Matherville, I think. Yeah.
I'm trying my best, John, to point out where those storms are at exactly. John, is it this storm right here? There it is. There we go.
It's the one that's directly south of Davenport. Yeah, there we go. The national radar. And Matt, even on the local radar too. It's you're starting to get your DBZs close to 70 as well.
Yeah, so this is the area of concern where I do see at least a little bit of rotation in this storm. May require a tornado warning, John. To be honest, just given the environment we're in, just west of Matherville, southwest of Preemption with that particular storm. It looks like it's moving northeast, John, or let's just assume a 50-mile-per-hour movement.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if someone on my team, if they're watching. I'm going to see what speed they're getting, but for now, we're going to use a 50-mile-per-hour speed.
Yep, Noah's getting 50. I was getting closer to 55. So that's from the southwest to the northeast. So if it starts to turn more, then maybe eventually it can slow down a bit.
Okay.
We'll have to watch it.
So let me. So John, probably something like this. Actually, let me, I'm going to delete this because it looks like the rotation's right about here, John.
Yep.
West of preemption.
And Matt, there is another little hook just to its south trying to develop as well. I wonder if to the west of preemption, that's more the I don't know. Regardless, couple circulations in that cell that need to be closely monitored as it starts to push to the northeast.
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, John, let's just I'm gonna delete this timing because there's no cities that are showing up in between.
Yeah.
Maybe the best course of action, John, is just to kind of go up and down this line and get a big timer graphic in regards to this whole particular area. So let me get a new track for us. And again, the storm timing tool I'm using is in Clarity. If you're interested in getting access to this, the QR code in the top right hand corner, be sure to scan that if you're interested in our Clarity application. John, I'm having some issues with the drawing tool. There we go. John, I'm thinking something like this as a general idea for folks.
Yep, more southwest to northeast for right now for sure. And there's well, Matt draws that too, real quick. Quad Cities in particular. Once this round of storms exits, you're not done yet. We need to watch that tornado warn cell as well. But that line that's beginning to intensify between Iowa City and Mount Pleasant is going to come get you as well. So for many of you in this zone, you're going to likely see a couple round of storms with strong to severe potential.
And keep in mind, these times I'm showing are in Eastern. So subtract an hour to get the timing in Central. You can see Geneso about 5:45 Central, Erie 5:26, Hillsdale 5:17, Hoop Pole 6:04, Attucks 5:55, Bishop Hill 5:50, Woodhull 5:31, Monmouth 5:07, Galesburg 5:39 Central Time as a general timing of this leading edge. And do see some rotation within some of these cells. This storm, John, probably as far as the whole group is concerned, this cell just west of preemption, probably of most concern, I would say.
I agree. I think that particular cell on the line is the one that's got the most potential to start getting really nasty looking on radar.
Yep. And my apologies for my drawing there. Let's go back to this particular cell in Iowa, though, because this is the storm that has produced a tornado. It is currently, you can see the observed tornado warning in this particular area. I'm going to delete the tracks. I'm going to clear all the tracks for us. This cell just by West Branch right now, just west of Tipton. It does have a confirmed and observed tornado warning for this. And like I mentioned, you can see the National Weather Service, they've got this widespread area of a tornado warning. To be honest, the western half of this, John, it's just avoiding.
Yes.
So it's primarily this northeastern quadrant of this particular observed tornado warning that needs to be very vigilant of this storm. Again, an observed tornado. John, do you see any rotation in this storm?
There is some rotation. It looks like the current one that was just east of West Branch has started to fizzle. I imagine it's going to try to recycle. I can't tell if it's, I have one of the streams up, if it's actually back on the ground or not. Definitely still need to treat this storm with extreme caution, seek shelter, but it does look like the strongest, the tightest rotation has weakened. Based on radar, Matt, I'd say that the tornado probably just diminished briefly and probably going to try to wrap back around again.
I mean, John, it looks to me this is where the rotation is, and you can almost see that the little hook right into here. That's where it looks like the tornado is, and I would say kind of along and north of this line, this would be kind of the area of greatest concern for this potential tornado to track through, kind of if you're in between these two red lines. Again, we've been getting about 50 miles per hour for this particular cell. So, 25 miles out, John, that puts us by about Wheatland, just east of Tipton.
And then, Matt, of course, the tornado warned storms are more of the higher priority. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued in eastern Illinois.
Okay.
For including Danville, Illinois, 60, tornado possible. There is a little bit of a notch south of Homer, small hail.
Okay. So we are starting to see that intensification, as we talked about earlier in the stream. Some of these storms into eastern Illinois. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds, 3/4 of an inch hail, and you said tornado possible, and you can see the tornado detection possible. And so that doesn't mean that there is a tornado. It just means that there's a little bit of rotation. And in fact, John, I see the rotation in that particular cell. It looks like, again, you said just south of Homer.
Mm-hmm. And Matt, that would be right where the right entrance of the low-level jet is currently located. So I'm not surprised that we're starting to see intensification exactly at that point. And another warning as well has popped up in southwestern Michigan, getting likely some warm front action there as well. So this disorganized line, Matt, is starting to show some better signs of intensification. I still wouldn't call this widespread by any means, but certainly some areas that we need to monitor over the next hour or two.
John, it kind of looks like this area in particular, with the rotation of this particular storm. We're getting about 50 miles per hour for this storm.
Yes, I believe it's been 50.
Okay.
Southwest to northeast extent still.
So let me time this out for us. Probably something like this, John. To give you a sense of timing, keep in mind these times are in Eastern, right? So Fairmount 5:04, Fithian around 5 p.m., Oakwood 5:08, Caitlin 5:15. And it looks like, John, we just issued our own BAM tornado warning for that cell because we do see the rotation just south of Homer. You can see this little inflow notch right here. And so need to watch out for that particular cell. I do see the rotation, again, just south of Homer. If you're in the path of this storm, I would go ahead and seek shelter because I do see that rotation. It's currently, the National Weather Service has it warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds, John, I believe 3/4 of an inch hail, but do see an area of rotation embedded within the cell. So if you're in the path of that particular storm, if you're in our BAM tornado warning, please seek shelter if you're in that storm.
And more than likely, a rain-wrapped tornado can develop here as well. So if we can see more of a tightening rotation, that would be an even greater hazard as well. Jamie says, and I can confirm here that original tornado no longer on the ground, but still warned in eastern Iowa.
Okay. Looks like we also issued a BAM tornado warning towards Allegan, Ohio, Michigan, into southwestern Michigan, just kind of southeast of Holland, east of South Haven. I do see a little bit of rotation within that cell as well. Let me see if the team's getting a speed of the Michigan cell. And I'll try my best to time out that particular cell for us as well. Gosh, it looks like it's moving quite northeast. The National Weather Service does have this wind threat of 70 miles per hour in 3/4 of an inch hail. You can see the warning polygons a little bit broad brushed. It looks to me primarily, if you're towards just looping the radar, I would say towards Hopkins, Wayland, Dorr in particular. Those would be areas to watch out for. Keep in mind there is some rotation. Teams getting about 50 miles per hour of this particular cell as well. And so if we can just kind of generally, I'm going to time out, especially John, the rotation, if I can. And Jamie in the chat said that the tornado kind of lifted, no longer on the ground right now. John, it looks to me that cell in Michigan maybe lost a little bit of its rotation.
Yeah, I can't say I see the wind threat with it, but it's pathetic looking from, in my opinion, in terms of the rotation at this point. I definitely, it's at that point with the warm front and where the low level jet is that we can definitely see the gusts of 60 to 70. I don't mind that reaching the surface, but more than likely, I think that tornado threat is likely pretty limited at this point compared to the other two that we've been tracking for now. Matt, these cells continue to get impressive as well in western Illinois.
Hopkins 602, Corinth 618, Wayland 611 for the leading edge of this particular storm. If you're in Allegan, it's kind of on your doorstep. The rotation is I would say pretty weak, but something to monitor for with that particular storm. Let's shift gears back west, John. I want to take a look at some of these storms that we're still dealing with just east of the Iowa-Illinois border. You can see we still have the severe thunderstorm warning for some of these storms. John, did we have a BAM tornado warning in any of these?
Not that I can see. I think we're still waiting on the rotation to mature a bit more northeast of Matherville and west of Orion.
Northeast of preemption, John, I still see some rotation in this particular storm. Kind of right here. There's a little bit of rotation within this particular storm. If I were to loop this out, John, my radar scope program is giving me all types of fits.
Yeah, it's on me as well. I think it's because we've got a lot more cells now. I do want to take a minute and mention, given the increase in warnings, even locally across Illinois and Michigan, great time to go ahead and like this, share it with friends as the activity continues to push to the east. We'll continue to track the most intense cells with the tornado potential. That will always take precedence over the severe thunderstorm warnings, but we'll continue to provide more of a regional outlook here as well. That cell map still, from what I can tell, looks like the only one that has the greater rotation, localized tornado potential, at least over the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, I would say, John, really over the course of the next, 10, 20 minutes, the storm passing through those areas in particular. So those are the storms, in my opinion, or over the next 10 to 20 minutes. These areas I have highlighted red for some rotation embedded within the storm that I see. So if you're in this area, it may not hurt just go ahead and seek shelter. I think at the very least, some wind gusts near 60 miles per hour. You can see some 1-inch hail as well embedded within that particular storm. But just given what I see from a rotation perspective, I think it would be go ahead and seek shelter just to be safe with some of the rotation that I see in that particular storm.
Christopher, where are you at specifically? And then we can give you more timing information for your location.
About 50 miles per hour, John or Christopher. That's the timing we've been getting for most of these storms. 50 miles per hour. And so I don't know if you're in that storm. I was just talking about east of Davenport, but that would be the storm I would be watching if you are in that area in particular. In terms of the storm, John, gosh, by Tipton, Iowa, I continue to see rotation within this storm. Keep in mind, it still has the observed tag of the tornado warning on it. I know some of you folks by West Liberty towards Wilton are in that tornado warning, but you can see the storm of interest is certainly well off to the north. John, I'm concerned just looking at the velocity on the radar. The rotation seems to be by Tipton.
Yep, just to the south. Thankfully it's not as strong as it was, but still present. You can still continue to see more of a appendage almost to the south of the cell, still producing hail. They just issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for several counties out in front of it.
That's kind of where I see the rotation with that storm.
Yep, I agree.
Where at, John?
Yep, the new one that just got issued there. Severe thunderstorm, so 1/4-inch hail,
60 miles per hour. I would not be shocked, John. I know Jamie mentioned earlier, no longer on the ground, that particular cell. But just given the history of it, I would not be shocked if they continue to extend this tornado warning out ahead of this particular cell. I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to re-time out this particular cell. Just given, John, it just continues to have that northeast tendency to it.
I just got 50 on it again as well, Matt.
To give folks a general idea of the timing of this. And again, these times are in Eastern, so subtract an hour to get the timing in Central. You can see Loudon at 5:09 Central, Lost Nation 5:15, Welton 5:37, Wheatland 5:19, Calamus 5:28 for a general timing. Oxford Junction, you're probably too far north as far as rotation is concerned, but you can still see some strong wind gusts and some large hail with that particular storm. Maquoketa, gosh, I'm sure I'm butchering that. 5:25, you're awfully far north as well. But probably, John, I'm going to try to draw this out as best as I can for some of us as far as the area at greatest risk for this particular tornado. And I would venture to say probably something more in the lines of this particular area right into here, yes. At least for the rotation. I know Jamie seems to be watching closely as far as Reed Timmer Stream. Seems like he's on this particular storm, but these would be the areas I would be at greatest risk for this particular tornado, in my opinion.
And Ivory, we're talking about Eastern Iowa right now, but Matt, that circled area you have, I think, is also important to note. The line segment just behind it that's impacting West Branch, we're starting to see a bit more intensification on velocity. I think there's definitely going to be some 60 to even 70 mile per hour wind gusts right behind it for that very, very same track area that you have. So regardless of if you see that tornado warned storm pass you, you still have another round that's about 5, maybe even 10 minutes behind that's working in as well.
Yeah, and just so people can get a sense of where we're talking about, these storms right here is what we've been focusing on as far as from a rotation perspective. These storms have just simply had the most rotation and the most severe weather threat associated with them. You can see we do have a severe thunderstorm warning towards Danville as well. Again, 60 mile per hour winds, 0.75 inch hail with this particular storm. John, is there still a rotation in this storm by Danville?
It looks incredibly weak, if there is. We're right in between the radar spots. I see it a bit towards the backside. I see more wind at this point than rotation.
Okay, so earlier we were noting at least some rotation within that cell that was just west of Danville. Yeah, John, you're right. We are really far away. And you can see on this tornado detection possible, there is at least some, at the very least, I would say some light rotation within this. So if you're towards Danville, it may not hurt just to take some precaution and just to seek shelter because there is some rotation. It's not currently tornado warned by either us or the National Weather Service, but some weak rotation within the storm. And regardless, a strong to severe storm at the very least. I see a couple questions. Anything in Porter County at the moment? Let me check, John. I'm going to check to see if there's anything sneaky as far as from a velocity perspective. But right now, given the storms are kind of already on Porter County, probably not. Just kind of general run-of-the-mill thunderstorms. John, do you see anything as far as Porter County is concerned?
I do not. Just looks like, I agree, general thunderstorms to me.
Yeah, just general thunderstorms right now. A couple more questions. When's the storm going to hit Mooresville, Indiana? My kids are out playing in the neighborhood. They've got some time to continue to play in the neighborhood. Here's our nowcast we sent earlier in clarity to give you a general window of opportunity for some of these storms. And you can see Mooresville would be kind of in that 8 to 11 p.m. window for some of these storms. And as those start to get going, we'll time those out more. For Boone County, Renee, low in risk. Very low in risk for a tornado on a scale 1 to 10. It's a 1, and then a few strong wind gusts will be possible as well. On a scale 1 to 10, probably what, John? Would you say a 3?
I'd say about 2 or 3. Yep.
Yeah.
And just to be honest, Matt, I've been looking over the radar and mezzo. Obviously, we got that one morning in eastern Illinois, but that line still is not impressing me yet. I think southern Illinois, it seems to trying to be coming together, but more towards west central Indiana, east central Illinois. We really need to see some of those storms ramp up over the next hour, I think, if we're going to see any type of a watch. So
in South Bend, to answer your question, right now, it just looks like a general shower thunderstorm. Does not look anything concerning at this very moment in time. Columbus, Indiana, you're in the same ticket. Again, I'm going to get back to some of these storms into Iowa, just given the pressing nature of things. But this evening, tornado risk is incredibly low. Probably for Columbus, John, just given how they're a little bit further south and east, 0.5 out of 10.
Yeah.
And a 1 to 2 for a strong wind gust threat. But a few strong to severe storms can't 100% be ruled out, primarily that of wind gust.
Matt, this cell that is northeast of Davenport.
Okay.
I'm not seeing anything crazy on velocity yet, but it's got that look to it on the southern side of it.
Northeast of, okay, I see it. This one in particular?
Yes, that one. I think that one merits watching. Likely, and it does have a report of dime-sized hail about 10 minutes ago.
Okay.
And on velocity, I'm continuing to at least see 40 to 50 on it.
Yeah, and John, I still see a little bit of weak rotation within this particular cell.
Yeah.
Right into here. And so if you're kind of into this area out ahead of this storm over the next few minutes, I'm concerned about a potential tornado, but it looks like very large hail, John, will be possible with that particular cell, just given what we're looking at. And then John's alluding to the cell further to the north, right here, north of Davenport. Again, we're still talking about southeastern Iowa, folks. Just worth watching closely. John, I don't see anything as far as from a rotation perspective. I don't see anything that's super tight.
Nope.
With that particular storm, but it's certainly worth watching to at least go severe warning. And you said dime-size hail.
Dime-sized hail, and then the main cell you were talking about just southeast of Davenport, now over Coal Valley, we do have continued reports of quarter-sized hail with that storm. So that is verifying as well.
Okay, there's the new tornado warning out ahead of this particular storm. No surprise at all why they've extended that particular tornado warning just east of Tipton. And I'll time this out in just a moment for us. But you can see Loudon, Toronto, Wheatland, Calamus, Grand Mound. I would say, John, and let me know if you agree, the far southern edge of this tornado warning storm probably just passes just to the south or to the north of you in those particular areas. But if I time this particular storm out, let me loop this so I can get a good trajectory of this. Yeah, John, I would say that the northern half of this particular cell.
Yeah, should stay north of Bennett. It almost appears Wheatland, Loudon, Toronto.
And John, the risk you mentioned earlier of the back edge line kind of catching up seems to be coming into fruition with this particular storm.
The hook is about 2.5 miles ahead of the next severe thunderstorm, which definitely has gust potential of 60 in it.
So I'm going to time this out. Let me start drawing this. We've been getting steadily about 50 miles per hour with this particular cell. So I think as a general rule of thumb, this would be a pretty good area where we can get some timing for some folks. Wheatland, 518. Keep in mind these times are in Eastern, so subtract an hour for Central. 518 Wheatland, 525 Calamus, Grand Mount, 534 Welton, out ahead of the tornado warning. That would be about 534 Central, Delmer, 527 in the path of this storm. I think if you're in this tornado warning, especially much of the northern half of it, please seek shelter at that particular storm. If you're towards Welton and even kind of just getting out ahead of Welton, I think you need to monitor the storm closely and start taking preparations for the potential to go into shelter as we speak.
Kyle, for lower part of Carmel, Indiana, it's this line we're watching towards the Indiana-Illinois border. And in terms of timing, it likely wouldn't be until 8:30 to 10 for Carmel that we would need to watch for some strong to locally severe storms.
John, I'm going to time out this storm. We've been getting a lot of questions in Indiana about this grouping of storms. And so I think it may not hurt to go ahead and time this out for folks. Again, I'm keeping a close eye, obviously, on some of these storms further off to the west. And John, I'm concerned. Look at the storm just east of Davenport towards Kelowna. It's starting to get that hook to it. And I do see some rotation. So if you're in Kelowna right now, Cleveland, I would even say approaching Hillsdale, Geneso. I would say especially north of Geneso towards Hillsdale. It may not hurt to go ahead and seek shelter given some of the rotation I see in this particular storm.
Yep, it's looking very similar to how the last one evolved. It's going to approach, it's closely approaching the I-80, I-74 interchange right now. It should cross over there or very near to it in about 10 minutes.
John, I'm trying to figure out if the team's getting 50 miles per hour for the timing west to east movement or from southwest to northeast.
See here what I was getting as well. I was timing.
Okay, southwest to northeast are getting.
Yep.
Okay. So let's go ahead and time this out for some folks, because we've been getting a lot of questions about Central Indiana. And if we're getting 50 miles per hour, John, probably a trajectory like this, I think.
Yep. I'm curious to see how this matches up with the 18Z trips. Is that 840 for Indy?
About 840.
Perfect.
About 840 for Indianapolis. You can see some of the times I have up. I've got quite a few cities showing up on this particular timing. Again, there's only one severe warning on this storm, and that's by Danville. So again, it's not an overly robust severe threat, but don't want to rule it out, John.
Yep, I agree.
Tornado threat's even lower. So if you're concerned about tornado, it's pretty minimal. But we'll be watching it very closely as it starts to track to the east.
Matt, I am now seeing 4 areas of interest in Western Illinois.
Okay.
The main one that we've been following, now approaching I-80, I-74, that one's, the rotation's still broad, but you can see it starting to tighten. That's the main one. And then we've got some open space between the cell. It's almost south of that line there by, I think it's Aledo. And then another cell down by Smithsville. So the rotation's broad, but they're just starting to get that look about them.
Okay.
And that previous cell I mentioned, northeast of Davenport, still not a ton of rotation, but it's quickly becoming more of a hailer. So either way, we're still seeing some slight intensification here over the past 5 or 10 minutes.
Yeah, and you're talking just east of Aledo, John?
Yes. Yep. Again, but then and those two, the rotation, Matt, is not very strong, but it's out in the open, and we'll see.
Yep.
But
This storm still, John, in my opinion, just what I see on velocity has my greatest concern in some of these spots. Let me bring up, because I see, and we can time out some of the storms further off to the north and to the east as well. But it looks like, John, they have issued a mesoscale discussion.
yes, they have 40%, or I think that's 60. Never mind. Yep, 60%.
60% chance of a severe thunderstorm watch being issued. And let's read it together, shall we? Some recent intensification has been evident with a broken band of thunderstorms stretching from east central Illinois into southwestern Michigan, with a couple areas of strengthening and better rotation noted. Ahead of this line, temperatures have warmed to the mid-70s across portions of central northern Indiana and southern lower Michigan amid filtered diurnal heating, coupled with dew points around 60 degrees. This is supportive of weak buoyancy, 250, 500 joules, meager lapse rates. Latest mesoanalysis. While instability is forecast to remain modest at best, favorable kinematics, including 150, 250, 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity amid strong low-level flow, may support some potential for damaging winds and perhaps a tornado or two with any stronger cores that can become better established. So essentially what they're saying is a little bit of instability in the wind field ahead is favorable for some strong storms, primarily for wind gusts and maybe an isolated tornado or two is what they're getting at with those particular storms. So I'm going to clear off the tracks, John.
Okay.
And let's time things out on the northern edge of this. We're going to use 50 miles per hour still at that for some of these storms. Let me loop the radar so I can make sure I get a good trajectory of this. It's moving awfully far northeast, John, the
Yep.
movement of this.
Just by reading over what they have, and as we track this, Matt, it feels like it's going to be more scattered along the line versus widespread.
It seems to be. So the National Weather Service has issued this mesoscale discussion with a 60% probability of the severe thunderstorm watch being issued. So that means that they probably will issue a severe thunderstorm watch. And you can see some of the timings I have up on here using 50 miles per hour as the timing of the leading edge of the storm. You can see Logan's Port near 740, Kokomo near 8, Peru near 8, Wabash 830, Huntington 857, Fort Wayne 926, Columbia City 853, Frankfurt 737 as I scroll up for us. Goshen 720, Elkhart 649, Middlebury 728, LaGrange 821. If I zoom in a little bit more for some of my family in Angola 924, Jamestown 912, Howell 809, Kindleville 905 for a general timing. Again, assuming 50 miles per hour as the timing of these storms. Okay. John, anything from a rotation perspective that you see in any of these storms along the Illinois-Indiana border?
The Illinois-Indiana border, not at this time. We're continuing to track some weak rotation into southern Michigan. It looks like we may have just issued an extension of the BAM tornado warning further up there. Using if you use the northern Indiana radar, you can see it a bit. I continue to see damaging winds of at least 60 with that. That's right where the leading entrance in of the low level jet is. So regardless, definitely a severe storm there for sure.
You're talking this storm, John?
Yes. Yep.
Okay, I'm radar scope again. I'm struggling to get it to load. John, I'll be honest. The rotation looks a little weak in this.
I agree. Yep. I think in my opinion, it's slightly more damaging wind risks.
50 miles per hour, John, seems to be the ticket in terms of timing. So I'll go ahead and time this out for some folks. Again, I think primarily that for some 60 mile per hour winds. If we look at the National Weather Service, up to 70 mile per hour winds with this particular storm. John, I assume the upper level winds are much stronger with this particular storm.
Yes, and it's having an easier time reaching the surface. From a technical standpoint, lapse rates aren't fantastic, but there's definitely better jets helping it.
Okay. So if we look at the timing, let me redraw this for us. I mean, it's hauling pretty far northeast.
Yep.
Alamo 627, Kalamazoo 649, Prairiesville 648, Orangeville 641. I'm going to shift back off west, John.
We do have a new tornado warning, Matt, for Galesburg, Illinois. It's that second line segment that just got issued. Starting to see a little bit more rotation on it.
I'm going to delete this, John. I'm going to turn off some of the alerts because the screen's getting a little distracting with discussions and so on and so forth up. So let me turn some of these off.
I had mine just set to severe warning and statement, Matt, and that seemed to help a bit.
Yeah, we're going to stick to severe thunderstorm watches and tornado warnings at this point. So the screen's a little bit less cluttered, but you can see a tornado warning radar indicated towards Galesburg. Let's go ahead and track this cell out. Again, 50 miles per hour is generally the speed we've been getting for these cells really across the board. So if I time this out for us, using 50 miles per hour, That's Galesburg at 5:30 Central. Keep in mind these times are in Eastern. Knoxville at 5:37 Central. Truro 5:53. Williamsfield 5:58. West Jersey 6:01. Lafayette that would be 5:57. That's Lafayette, Illinois. Wyoming that would be 6:11 Central. And especially, I would say, in particular, just the track of the storm, John. Let me know if you would agree, but especially kind of this particular area right into here.
Yep.
Maybe better to highlight this. There's the track in blue, but this area in red, I have greatest risk to see this rotation. So here's some times up with that. And certainly, John, I do see that rotation within that particular storm.
Yeah, I don't disagree with anything you said there, Matt. I think that's well worded. We'll need to continue to watch that risk as it evolves to the east. This other cell, Matt, that we've been tracking that's east of Davenport, still showing rotation and continuing to leave reports of large hail behind it. I think the severe thunderstorm warning was just updated there to include Prophetstown, Morrison. It may have already been there.
Yeah, I saw that
okay.
issued a little bit ago, John. Again,
Okay.
60 mile per hour tornado detection is possible, right?
Yep.
So National Weather Service is noting the same thing we are, where there's a little bit of some rotation. I mean, gosh, any of these storms really, John, at this point into Western Illinois have that potential to produce some rotation. And I see that rotation, John, east of Davenport with this particular cell, just really north of Geneso. I hope I'm saying that correctly. But you can see some rotation. I'm going to bring out my drawing tool right into here. That's where I see the rotation at in that particular storm. And so, again, we've been talking about this one for a while towards Hillsdale, Erie, Prophetstown. Be very wary of that storm because I do see the rotation. And again, we've got this tracked as well. In fact, let's go ahead and track this particular cell, John. I'm going to track more of the rotation by Geneso with this particular one.
We'll double check on timing. Don't think there's been much speed change.
Let me loop the radar. I keep the way these are moving so northeast.
As Matt times this out here, great reminder, scanning the QR code of Clarity above, you get location-specific alerts. So anytime severe thunderstorm warning, tornado warning, any other product is issued, you get it just for your location, not just for your county.
And John, here we go. I mean, here's some timings of the area of rotation. So you can see Erie about 5:34 Central, Prophetstown 5:44, Lyndon 5:45 Central, to name a few towns out ahead of this. But certainly a storm worth watching because there is some rotation. Again, here's some of the timing with this particular cell that we see by Galesburg. It is a tornado warned storm. This storm, again, some rotation within this. I think it's worth watching. If you're out ahead of the storm, in my opinion, I would go ahead and seek shelter just because of the rotation that I see. I think at the very least 60 mile per hour winds and 1 inch hail will be at play with that particular storm as well. John, I'm going to focus our attention back further north and west as well. I certainly continue to see the rotation in this cell into eastern Iowa as well. Just northwest of DeWitt, I would say east of northeast of Wheatland, John, kind of right here where this little hook, this notch is in particular. This storm is tornado warned. You can see it's also in a warning for 60 mile per hour winds, 1.25 inch hail or 1.5 inch hail in the tornado warned area. But I see the rotation. And I'm going to go ahead and do my best to time out. I'm going to time out this rotation as best as I can for us.
This particular storm, Matt, over the past 10 minutes, we've gotten a report of golf ball sized hail and a report of 62-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So with tornado risk, we're still seeing those other severe risks associated with it as well. As it pushes to the east, it's now a part of the line as it's working northeast.
So here's some cities in the path of this particular, and again, I did my best to try to time out the rotation itself. Welton at 538 Central, Delmer, you may be a little bit too far north. Certainly would pay attention to the storm. 540 Charlotte, 547 Central, Goose Lake, 552 Central for that particular storm. So, John, things are certainly starting to pick up across the board, it seems. Again, if you're into Indiana, we've got one severe thunderstorm warning, and that's over Danville and just northeast of Danville. Wind gusts 60 miles per hour, 0.75-inch hail. The National Weather Service has also, it looks like John issued a strong storm statement just east of Danville for 55-mile-per-hour winds and 0.25-inch hail. Starting to get into West Lebanon, west of Attica into Indiana. John, do you see any rotation in any of these storms along the Illinois-Indiana border?
I do not. I only see strong gusts. It doesn't help that we're far from the radar. The few velocity scans that I see, Matt, to me, they look more like downburst or gust along the leading edge. I wouldn't say any of the rotation is occurring at the surface.
Perfect.
Matt, it does appear that we have, unless I'm completely tuned out, we have a tornado watch for northwestern Indiana and southwestern Michigan that was just issued.
Okay, so they went tornado watch. Interesting. Let me bring up the watches so we can show everybody. There it is. Including South Bend, Kalamazoo, Battle Creek, just southwest of Lansing.
And while the rotation on that cell has been weak, again, Matt, the low level jet, the right entrance of it is going to be parked right over southwestern Michigan for the next hour. So there's certainly some potential that exists, albeit low end.
Oh, the National Weather Service, I was about ready to say, John, just issued a tornado warning just west of Kalamazoo. I was about ready to mention, John, just east of Paw Paw, north of Lawton. I do see some rotation in this particular storm as it moves to the north and to the east. We've had a BAM tornado warning on it, so good call by, I believe, Jake Wagner, who issued that tornado warning initially. But the National Weather Service has just issued a radar-indicated tornado warning here into southwestern Michigan. Again, this is just west of Kalamazoo. It includes Alamo, Parchment, Matawan, if I'm pronouncing that right. If I'm butchering it, my apologies for this particular tornado warning. So if we use 50 miles per hour, John, as a general idea, since that's been the kind of the theme of the night so far, this area of rotation kind of moving in a manner like this. And so what I'm going to do, I'm going to try to time this out, this area of rotation primarily, John, and let's get a new track.
Looks like it's crossing I-94 as we speak. And yeah, to reiterate, great job, Jacob. Never doubt Jacob. He's watching the right ones, that's for sure.
Something like this I'm envisioning. You can see as far as cities themselves, we're kind of at a lack of cities, but you can see Alamo at 543 for the timing of that particular cell. And I've got the timing in the blue. And this is the area of rotation right here I'm highlighting with my mouse as it moves to the north and to the east. Okay, I'm going to look at some of the comments. Again, a lot of folks asking about. Let me go back over to Galesburg for us. We were looking at Michigan We've been looking all over the place. Let's go back to Galesburg. He said the sirens are going off, and here's the timing I got for Galesburg, and really it's on your doorstep as we speak. John, does that storm still have rotation within it? You are in a tornado warning.
It does. It's intensified a bit, I would say.
For you and Blondie, I would seek shelter immediately. The storm is on your doorstep. Make sure you get to the most interior room, your basement, whatever. Seek shelter right now. I see the rotation. This is a radar scan as of 6:28. The next scan, it's going to be on top of you right now, based off what I'm looking at. I do see a rotation. Please get in shelter right now. I see a rotation.
It's like a new tornado warning as well, just north of Davenport, an extension that's in effect for another 45 minutes through, that would be what, 6:15 Central?
Perfect. West Liberty, Laura Hernandez, are you talking about into Iowa? If you could help me out, I assume Iowa. Laura. The storms are past West Liberty at this point. As John mentioned, a new tornado warning has been issued, including Charlotte, Andover, Savannah, 1.25-inch hail. John, I'm going to clear some of these tracks. I've got a lot of tracks up. And looks like we have issued a BAM tornado warning, John, for that cell we've been talking about towards Prophetstown as well. So we do have a BAM tornado warning for that particular cell as well. For some of you folks out here into eastern Iowa, towards Savannah, I believe that's Savannah, Iowa, not Savannah, Illinois. If it's in Illinois, my apologies. But into extreme eastern Iowa, we do have this tornado warning. I'm going to do my best to time out this particular cell for us. Let me make sure I can see where John, I definitely see the rotation in that particular cell.
Yes, it's continuing to push to the northeast. While we don't have any confirmed tornadoes just yet, these are all strong rotation. They're exhibiting strong rotation. Make sure to seek shelter if you are in the path of this. And Matt, I want to also point out too, it's not just that cell west of Charlotte, that tornado warning, but if you look at the cell right on the Illinois-Iowa border area, there is clearly a hook on, if you look at it on a local radar or velocity, that is trying to develop. It's just to the east of Andover and west of Thompson. We'll have to look there next.
Okay. So here's some timing with this particular storm. Again, I think the closer you are to the blue dash line, the better threat to see that rotation. But Preston, 547 central miles, 552 central. Savannah, that would be 602 central. Andover, that would be 556 central. Goose Lake, 547. Charlotte, 542. And again, Laura, if you're still watching, the storms are off to your east. They are east of West Liberty. Okay,
Matt,
John, and what storm are you talking about, John?
So the storm right out in front of the one you just talked about, it's south of Savannah. It's in between Andover and Thompson. It's starting to show more of a hook on it.
Okay.
Sorry, not Thompson, Thompson, Thomson.
The storm right here.
Yes, that storm right here, which happens to be in the tornado warning. But that one.
Oh gosh, yeah, I see that hook.
And that's heading towards Chadwick, Milledgeville, and Elkhorn Grove into Illinois. Matt, real quick as well, new MD for tornado watch for eastern Illinois, northern half of Indiana just popped out as well.
Okay. We will get into that here in just a moment. Again, if you're towards Galesburg, I know someone reached out from Galesburg. We do have this tornado warning in effect for some of those areas, and I'll time that out again for us in just a moment. But I'm going to go back to the storm that John was mentioning that has yet to have a tornado warning on it. But given how it looks on radar, John, I would agree with you. I think that there can be a potential tornado in that particular storm. So let me bring out the drawing tool for us. We're going to use this 50-mile-per-hour wind gust or 50-mile-per-hour movement as a general idea for us with this particular storm. To give folks, again, Thompson, it's right on you. Chadwick, that would be about 620 central. Lanark, that would be 624. Elkhorn Grove, that would be 559. John, that doesn't make any sense. I think there's a little bit of a bug there. 634 towards Brook. Oh no, it's capturing the other one.
Yep.
Brookville 634, Forreston 641.
Matt,
Okay.
we have just FY, that Delmar, that cell you were originally tracking to its west, I see a tornado debris signature, strong tornado debris signature with a tightening on velocity between Delmar and Charlotte. I would imagine that is on the ground at this point.
Okay.
Based on radar indicating tornado about 3 miles west of Charlotte. Yeah, see that right there, southeast of Delmar.
This right here.
Yep.
Yeah. So we can use something called correlation coefficient. It can sometimes help us point out debris, given what we see from a velocity perspective. Certainly concerned, and from John, I would argue from just velocity and correlation coefficient and the history of that storm in particular. If you're in the path of that particular tornado, and John, I see a very tight area of rotation in that storm.
Yes. Yep.
Very tight area of rotation in that storm. If you are in the path of this, and it's again just southeast of Delmar, right into here. I'm kind of highlighting with my mouse. If you are in the path of this storm, please seek shelter. That is a tight area of rotation that I see in between Delmar and Charlotte, kind of right into here. Again, if you're towards Preston, Miles, approaching Savannah, please go ahead and seek shelter. Laura, as I mentioned, in terms of West Liberty, the storms have shifted off to your east if you're talking about Iowa. The storms are off to your east.
And Laura, let us know if you're talking about Illinois. There is a West Liberty, Illinois, southeast of Effingham.
Okay, yeah, if that's the case, let us know.
Yep, guys, if you're asking cities, sometimes it's helpful to have the state. Just helps us a bit more.
And here's the new. Is this a new mesoscale discussion,
No,
John?
Matt. Hope corrected me. I didn't realize it was mentioning a tornado watch potential. I thought it was just severe.
Okay,
that's the same MD. So my apologies on that. Nothing new there.
John, if we could switch back to you.
Yep.
On the share screen. I need to run to the restroom real quick, but
Yep.
obviously I'll wait for you to get settled in. But obviously, again, guys, towards Galesburg, we do have this tornado-warned storm. John, seemingly about any of these storms into northwestern Illinois are producing areas of rotation. Keep in mind, I do have a few spots of some timing with these particular storms. John, I'm actually going to clear this out. John, are you sharing?
Yes. I think did I just overtake it? Do you want it back for a second?
No.
Okay.
I'm trying to figure out how to stop sharing my screen.
I think I'm going to do what I did last time and just hit the hide button, and I think it'll go away. There we go.
I got it.
Oh, perfect. Okay. And yeah, Matt, I agree. And I think the signature that we originally saw here, northwest of Charlotte, east of Delmar, it just shows that while we're tracking all this rotation, it very quickly, it takes one scan for us to see that strong tornado potential. So keep that in mind with some of these warnings that either our team is issuing. And Matt, this look here, southeast of Savannah, southwest of Mount Carl, I would expect to see tornado warnings extended into northwestern Illinois for that particular cell as well.
I agree.
See on the radar. And given what the cell behind it was able to do, clearly we've found a good pocket of southerly winds.
Well, this, to be honest, this zone along the Iowa-Illinois border was if Brett watched his video this afternoon, he had that area kind of highlighted as the greatest tornado risk, and that certainly seems to be verifying quite nicely.
Yes, this is actually Brett's latest update at 1 p.m. just to show that your hatched area representing the highest risk of multiple tornadoes, or should I say the strong tornado potential, but that orange zone, multiple tornadoes, large hail.
John, real quick before I head to the restroom here, but as far as the rotation by Kalamazoo, it seemingly has lost a little bit of it. I don't know if you would agree with that. Just looking at velocity on maybe some weak rotation still. Yeah, it's still a little bit of weak rotation.
So far, that the northern Indiana radar, scanning it from the south, has really shown it. There is a new tornado warning that was just issued for southern Michigan, Edwardsburg, Penn, Marcellus, just to the west of Three Rivers.
Okay. Yep. I see the rotation, John. It's just southwest of Penn.
Yep. The rotation to draw it is currently just northeast of Granger. So it is now across the border. Actually, at this point, I'd say more northeast of Edwardsburg. That's moving to the northeast. Let me get a timer on that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through each of these cells from east to west, and we're gonna time these out once again. Multiple tornado warnings for those of you that are just joining us across southern Michigan into Illinois and eastern Iowa. Reminder: our team is actively sending out nowcasts and custom alerts as needed. You can scan that QR code in the upper right-hand corner. I would expect at this point some additional watches to be likely across Illinois and northern Indiana over the next hour or so. So Matt, were you still getting about 50 here in southern Michigan?
Let me check real quick.
I got 52 from
Let me time it on my phone. I continue to have issues with radar scope. I know someone was asking in South Bend, John. I still, in terms of South Bend is concerned. None of these so far to me, I don't see any rotation. It's just these storms into Michigan. You're closer to the warm front in Michigan. So
yes, for right now for South Bend, I don't see any concerns at this point. Matt, I just got 48 on it on my timing.
Okay, I'm trying to time it out as we speak.
I will time out the area of rotation. Penn 657 Eastern, Marcellus 708. And towards the very end of the edge of the tornado warning.
I got 50, John.
You got 50? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good. 50 miles per hour seems to be the timing here. And again, I agree with Matt. If you're under the tornado warning that's north of Kalamazoo, it's starting to approach Jackson Road or Michigan 89, I believe that's going to be, the rotation does appear to be weakening. However, it's in a very robust area above where the low-level jet is, where the airplanes fly, so there can be some gusts.
John, real quick,
yep.
Tornado reported warning by Savannah.
Okay.
Back off to the west. That is now a reported observed tornado. Given what we saw on velocity in the rotation, that is not a shocker. That looks nasty, unfortunately.
And I'm gonna. Okay, so the area that we're watching. Let me pull out my drawing tool. So this is a radar product called correlation coefficient, and what we're looking at is this what we call a CC drop. This is where we're seeing different shapes of objects. So your red colors are your more uniform, your rain droplets, which are going to be almost the same size as a storm works in. But when you start to see this particular drop, it's showing there's a difference in the measurements and diameters of the shapes. And when we look at this, this is what we call a tornado debris signature. And even if you can see it weakening as it approaches an area, it doesn't mean that the tornado has lifted. But it's another way that using radar, we can confirm the presence of the tornado.
John, I'll be right back.
Yep. If you are in Preston, Miles, Iowa, make sure you are in shelter right now. Do not wait. Do not hesitate. That area of the strongest area of rotation and likely confirmed tornado is working over your area now. Up next, Savannah, and towards the border of the Iowa-Illinois border area. You're up next in the next 15 minutes. I'm going to go ahead and time that here. No problem at all, Linda. Michael, give me 1 second. I will go ahead and take a look there as well. And I see a new BAM tornado warning, and that's that cell near Mount Carroll that we've been tracking. So for the greater tornado threat, right along that blue dashed line is where we need to watch. But if you're in the path of the Savannah, again, Central Time, 558 CT, Pleasant Valley, 607 CT, Mount Carroll, 612 CT for this particular band of storms that is working in. The new tornado warning that you just saw that's in the red dash, that is a BAM tornado warning. And the BAM tornado warnings are issued by our meteorologists, the PM shift. They are watching these storms. And this is the hook that we have been noting that is continually pushing to the northeast. Also, I'm seeing quite a hail signature developing as well just to the southwest of Mount Carroll, likely some quarter-sized hail at the very least. But that includes Shannon, Lanark, Florence, and Forreston. And I will zoom out here. That is going to likely stay, the area of strongest rotation is going to get very close to Freeport, likely by 6:15 Central, 6:15, 6:20. So let's watch that area. Maybe that's a bit fast on the rotation, but the hail part, at least 6:15, 6:20. So we'll need to watch for an additional warning verification there as well. New severe thunderstorm warning has been issued. This encompasses the Quad Cities yet again, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts, I believe. Yes, 60, and some quarter-sized hail continuing. The tornado warning has been, we're not seeing any additional tornado warnings to the east of this cell. We're continuing to watch the one that is working east of Galesburg. There's a new tornado warning as well. Guys, once I cover this tornado warning, I will move back further to the east and discuss Indiana. No, I don't see any tornado risks urgently here for Goshen, Indiana. Goshen, Indiana, you should be good as the line is starting to work in. So this new tornado warning for Lafayette, Bradford, Wyoming, that's going to go into effect for the next 40 minutes. Tornado and quarter-sized hail. Let's time this out. Hit the start drawing button. Oh, I'm in cell mode. That's why. Still getting used to this, guys. Okay, so here's some timings. And again, I would say that blue dashed along and just to the southeast represents the better potential for the strong rotation. We do not have a confirmed tornado at this time on it, but continue to show that tightening rotation. The edge of this purple pink area here around 720. Let me go ahead and shift back and answer some of the questions. And Grays Lake, Illinois. I'm going to have to look that up. I'm pretty sure that's a suburb. It sounds like it. Yep. In terms of timing, It's these lines of cells by Sterling, Dixon. And I'm actually, for the greater Chicago area here, Matt, I'm going to try to do a timer for
Okay.
some of the activity that's moving to the east. I do expect as it moves towards Chicagoland, for at least downtown Chicago, I think the tornado risk can be weaker than where it is now.
We do have a nowcast timer for the Chicago area.
Perfect.
I'll share it with you. Somebody asked, two people asking about Goshen. Oh, so it's the same person. Any chance of tornado in Goshen?
I would say the risk is very low at this point. I think the line as it's working east, northeast, I think it's lower compared to the cells that are further into Michigan, closer to the low level jet. You still are under the tornado watch. There's still some ingredients, but if I had to pick your area in South Bend versus across the border into southern Michigan, I would say it's much lower in my opinion. Matt, let me know if you disagree on that.
Based off what I see now, I would agree. John, it's interesting. I know maybe you're going to show the timer for Northern Illinois, and maybe you already mentioned it while I was gone for a second. But it seemingly, John, I know we've got the observed tornado warning approaching Savannah, and that could be a strong tornado with that. But the storms by Freeport, just south of Lauren, Illinois, northwestern Illinois, all those storms seemingly, John, are rotating.
Yes. Yep. I agree. And this is a great nowcast that NOAA just put out recently, 6:35, 7:35, 8:35 CT for Chicago. And for a couple of you across northern Illinois, you may see 2 rounds of strong to severe thunderstorms with all hazards in play, hail, damaging winds, and a few tornadoes. So this particular timer is for that first line that is developing and continuing to intensify as it enters the state. But keep in mind, there's another one about 30 minutes behind to the west that we'll need to keep an eye on as well.
John, there's a new tornado warning, Lafayette, Illinois, Elmira, Bradford, just east of the Galesburg tornado warning cell.
Yep, we just grabbed that here as well. Yep.
Okay, perfect.
That rotation still looks good. I didn't see, Matt, any confirmed reports of tornado yet, but the rotation is certainly remaining there. I have no disagreements with that being issued. Let me switch over to my local radar.
John, I do see a local storm report in Galesburg of a funnel reported.
Oh, okay.
John, speaking of Galesburg, John, I still see that rotation just southeast of Galesburg, that cell to the south by Knoxville, Illinois as well.
And that's just outside of the tornado warning, I'd say, Matt. I think the extension one that they did was more for the rotation near Victoria.
Yes, I would think so as well. In fact, I'm going to alert the team about that because I think a tornado warning probably is needed.
Yeah, tightening rotation approaching Knoxville. If you are in Knoxville, Illinois, right up to that I-74 corridor, I would go ahead and seek shelter. We are seeing tightening rotation. And while that tornado warning is just to your north, that main area of rotation that we have been tracking has been closer to Victoria, but there is some decent southerly flow coming in here that I would, if you're in Knoxville, Illinois, I would go ahead and seek shelter as a precaution.
Yeah, I would. Yep. Knoxville, Knox. And then, John, to be honest, just south of that area of rotation, north of Abingdon, looks like maybe a secondary area of rotation. Well, guys, I think you get the deal here in terms of these storms along the Iowa-Illinois border. The seemingly any storm is going to have the threat to produce some rotation. John, I'm just looking Again, by Freeport, by Mount Carroll, obviously near Savannah, um, some loose rotation north of Prophetstown. I see the rotation by Lafayette, Illinois. I see some rotation south of Galesburg by Knox. I see a secondary rotation by Abington. I mean, all these storms, John, just seemingly have the potential to rotate.
And it's also important to note that when they start to rotate, they can very quickly produce a tornado, very similar to what we saw west of Savannah. Now, we've been on that cell for a while, but it's not difficult in the environment that they're in to see them tighten up. That's why I really like the tornado warning our team issued just east of Mount Carroll, given the structure of that cell and how it has evolved. This area of a couple cells we're watching near Sterling and Linden, I don't see particularly strong rotation, but I do want to watch this notch trying to form that's moving parallel to the I-88 corridor.
Where's that at, John?
Oftentimes when you start to see this here, just northeast of Linden.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Sterling. Yep. Again, I'm not seeing what I would call, unless something's changed, prominent rotation on it just yet. But usually when you start to see more of that notch, you need to watch for a quick or brief spin up that can be possible. I agree with the severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. I do think that's the main threats. But even these areas, guys, that are not under the tornado warnings currently, these cells do have that capability of producing tornadoes.
Jessica, appreciate you. John, can we pivot? I know we've been, and no surprise why we're talking a lot about these storms in Western Illinois, Eastern Iowa, but the tornado warned storm just west of Three Rivers, Michigan.
Yep.
Just looking at that from a velocity, and it looks like you already have a timing for it.
Yes. Let's see how that's going. I tried to time out the rotation for it.
I continue to see the rotation just south of Marcellus.
I do too, Matt. That looks like it's intensifying a bit as well.
Yeah.
The rotation we're talking about south, it's just east of Penn.
If you're towards Marcellus, Flower Field, and I would say even towards Portage, Pavilion, and Vicksburg, Michigan, I would go ahead and seek shelter before this storm passes. I know there's a few of you folks in South Bend and Goshen. Right now, as far as rotationally speaking, I don't see a concern at the moment. Obviously, we're going to keep an eye on that. But right now, the storm of interest in terms of these storms in Michigan, that's the area I'm concerned about. And you can even see, John, south of Marcellus, that little hook. Looks like east of Vandalia, Michigan. There is some clear rotation in that storm shifting off to the north and to the east. And again, we've been getting these storms moving generally about 50 miles per hour.
I just increased it to 55, Matt, because I did that and my timing seemed to be off by about 5 or 10 minutes. So I would not surprise me with where it's going that it's speeding up.
Okay.
So right now, timing for this, and that is a risk with these timings that I'm about to shout out. We'll need to watch for that, as I am seeing almost more of a dominant circulation a bit northeast of even where I put this timer. But Flower Field 7:15, Schoolcraft 7:17, Vicksburg 7:22, Pavilion 7:28, Portage 7:24. Battle Creek, you'd be looking at just after 8. So you're not in the track yet, but the next bigger city would be Battle Creek, Michigan. Keep an eye on this cell as it's pushing from southwest to northeast. Real quick, because I know we're getting some continual questions from Indiana. We have one severe thunderstorm warning that has been issued for northern Tippecanoe County. And I will go ahead and assess this. I believe that's for 60-mile-per-hour winds. I want to continue to keep more of our focus on the tornado warned cells. Matt, what do you think about this cell here northwest of Purdue?
Yeah, I saw the severe thunderstorm warning for it. It's almost got that little Boeing look, John, to it. And when I say Boeing, we're just talking about the literally the bow nature of it, the kind of apex of the bow. John, I don't see any rotation in that particular storm right now. It looks just for wind gust, in my opinion. The National Weather Service has that warned for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Based off what I see, I think that's probably fair, John. I don't see any indications of hail embedded within that particular storm, so just a gusty type of storm embedded within that.
Matt, this was 50. We were getting 52, right? Southwest to northeast.
That's earlier. We were getting 50. Yep.
We're going to stick with that for now. Here's a timer on this right now. The segment of the line that has the greater potential of producing those damaging winds of 50 to 60. Delphi, Indiana, 725. Logansport, 747. I'll zoom in.
John, the team just issued a BAM tornado warning towards Janesville, Wisconsin.
I bet I know what cell that is. That's, yep.
The one just crossing over the border as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
Right now, the National Weather Service has that warned severe thunderstorm warning for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-size hail. Let me take a look, John. I haven't assessed the rotation personally within that cell.
It's getting there. Yep.
I see some rotation.
Yep.
Simply put, I see rotation in that cell. Again, I don't think that anything confirmed as far as the tornado is concerned. But if you are towards Janesville, if you're towards the town of Newark in southern Wisconsin, I would go ahead and seek shelter to be safe because I do see the rotation in that storm. And real quickly, guys, a lot of you have been asking questions about Indiana. There's just so far in Indiana thus far, there's been, John, maybe a severe thunderstorm or two. It looks like a new severe thunderstorm warning just north of Lafayette towards Brookston, Chalmers, Round Grove, again for wind gusts of 60 miles per hour. These don't look like hailers.
Let me wrap
John,
up.
I don't see any significant rotation in these. I don't know about you.
Let me wrap this cell up, Matt, and then I'll get back over there. So southern Wisconsin right now for Janesville just got about 52. Janesville, you're looking at 608 Central, Whitewater 628, Johnston Center at 620, and Avalon at 622. So far, Matt, we've only seen, this would probably be, I think, the second severe thunderstorm warning that has popped up, and we've had a couple. In fact, is that a strong storm statement towards Terre Haute as well for, 50-mile-per-hour gusts?
It looks like it, John. Yep. Yes. 50-mile-per-hour wind gust. No hail in these, John. It doesn't look like, and we probably don't get that in Indiana with this particular line.
Lapse rates are pretty weak as well, Matt. It's just not a great setup for hail. But the line as it's approaching the state border, Matt, it is starting to get a bit more organized. I don't know if I'd use the word robust to describe it, but there's definitely some increasing gust potential in it along the leading edge.
Yep, it's finally starting to get its act together. For sure. I'm assessing the rotation along the Illinois-Indiana border, John. I'm just not seeing any. You could argue, John, maybe by Chalmers there's some weak rotation, but in my opinion, nothing that would warrant a tornado warning north of Lafayette.
Let's do a timer again for this activity. Again, there are the activity that I'm timing for central Indiana is not under any warnings at this point. And actually, I'm going to hold on a second, everybody. I want to point that more to the northeast. I'll extend this a bit longer.
I just got 50 miles per hour to the north and to the east movement, John.
Okay. You like this, Matt? This is where I was going to
It
plot it.
may, I think it may even be more northeast
More
oriented.
northeast than that. Yeah, this generally matches that one down by Terre Haute. And that should be, we should be right on schedule. Okay, here's the timing. These are storms right now capable of producing 40 to 50 mile per hour gusts. No severe warnings. As the storms work to the east into central Indiana, I do think we can see some intensification of the wind gusts locally of 50 to 60. We'll need to watch that. Certainly the case north of Lafayette. Timings, Greenwood, 9:11, Indianapolis, 8:42. Greenfield, 9:33, Shelbyville, 9:50, Ellettsville, 8:43, Bloomington, around 9. Crawfordsville, 7:42. Here, we got more cities. Sheridan, 8:30, Cicero, 8:45, Tipton, 8:43, Linden, 7:36, Crawfordsville, 7:42.
John, we have a Michael asking about any concern for Grays Lake, Illinois. He's asked a couple times in chat.
Yep, I might have said it, and I apologize, Michael. I was looking up there, and I think we had another warning pop up. I think for Grays Lake.
It's a northern burb, it looks like.
Here we go. I got it. Yep, right here. Lake County. Grays Lake, in terms of timing, I don't know where that timing graphic went. Here it is. We're looking at around 8 p.m. I'd say 8 p.m. Central for when we need to start to watch for that first round of thunderstorms working in. Some damaging winds of 50 to 60, large hail, and I do think a few tornadoes can persist. Although the closer it gets to Lake Michigan, I do think the tornado risk thankfully starts to decrease a bit more.
John, it looks like Noah's got a new timer graphic. He's about ready to send out to folks over on Clarity. Guys, if you are enjoying the stream or you're finding it helpful, please like, comment, share the stream. Helps us just reach more folks. If you want access to our Clarity application, our QR codes in the top right-hand corner, be sure to scan that, check that out. We'll have a sign-up link in the comments as well, but we'd love to get you on board to our Clarity application where all our forecasts 24/7 are going out in the application.
And this looks very similar to the timing that was just showed. Goshen, Indiana is good. Goshen, Indiana is fine. I don't see anything on radar. The line that's approaching may be able to produce some gusts of 30 to 40 between 7:30 and 7:50. 7:30 and 7:50. I see no other concerns at this point. I've got a radar I'm scanning right now, so we'll let you know if something else changes up there. This nowcast graphic, a perfect example of what's about to be pushed for your location. And if you scan that QR code upper right-hand corner, you can go ahead and if you get it now, it'll probably be pinging into your device here in the next 5 minutes if it hasn't already. But very similar, Matt, in terms of the timing. Yep. I think Indianapolis had 8:42. This is Eastern Marion County, 8:55. I think that's perfect.
Great call by Jake. They just issued a tornado warning for Janesville, Wisconsin. So Jake's custom BAM tornado outlook or warning got out ahead of that by
excellent.
Gosh, 5-10 minutes, I'd say, and of course, time's of the essence in this particular situation. John, I do see. It looks like is that a tornado warning including Kalamazoo?
Yes, they just extended that. That expires, it looks like, at 7:40, radar indicated. That includes Kalamazoo, Galesburg, Augusta, and Richland.
John, just based off the track of the rotation, I think Vicksburg, Portage, and then I would say even towards Climax, Michigan. That seems to be an area at greater risk. So especially southeast of Kalamazoo with that particular storm, just based off the track of the rotation.
I agree, Matt. I was trying to see if there was anything if there was another circulation west of Portage, southwest of Kalamazoo. In my opinion, I don't see that. I think it's more.
It's not apparent if there is,
Yeah.
John,
Yep.
in my opinion.
Pavilion, that would be 730. Climax, 742. 742. And Climax, you are just outside of the current tornado warning. Regardless, if you're in Kalamazoo, Michigan, Richland, Parchment, Augusta, go ahead and seek shelter. This is still a strong storm, but from what we can see on radar, I do think the immediate concern is south of Kalamazoo, southeast of Kalamazoo.
John, we're kind of in a little bit of a radar hole, so to speak.
Yep.
But look by just north of Chalmers, Indiana, west of Monticello. Kind of the north edge of that bow.
Mm-hmm. Oh, I see it right there.
There's a little bit of rotation I see show up on the radar. Again, we're getting kind of far. That's kind of a hole of radar, but
yeah, I see a bit of tightening on Chicago's radar as well.
Both the Indy and the Chicago radar pick up on some type of rotation there.
Yep. Let's go.
And so if you're towards Monticello, just be very mindful of that storm. It may not hurt just to towards Monticello. Maybe seek shelter just to be safe. Again, it's a little difficult to given the amount of rotation to assess it.
Looks like it's now starting to, and the radar is going to update momentarily. Just west of Monticello towards Reynolds is where the area of circulation and interest is. And that, Matt, it looks like it would likely move a mile or two north of Monticello.
It'll be close.
Yeah, very close here. It's crossing at the area of circulation currently is crossing US 24.
New severe thunderstorm warning, including Terre Haute towards Brazil.
And that part of the line was looking a bit more. I don't know what we're doing here. There we go. So this is that circulation that we're timing directly. Again, I think the worst of it stays about a mile north of Monticello either way. And I'll draw on this as there's not as many cities popping up. This would be your 727 line. And then your 745, 742, 745 line. And that's likely going to move just to the north of US 24. Yep.
John,
yeah, go ahead.
Real quick. A few questions again around central Indiana. If you can maybe pop up that nowcast timing for folks. Just real briefly.
Guys, as this activity moves into Indiana, great time to share this live stream. Take a screenshot of this, send this to a few friends, tell them, hey, BAM Weather's live. They're talking about this as we are going to be live as this pushes to the east. So this is a great time to do it before we start to see a potential uptick in the warnings that are issued. And it's even a better time, if you haven't already, to scan that QR code, as this nowcast was just sent to your device, according to Noah, about 10 minutes ago.
John, you know what I think we do? Let's work our way back from west to east again.
Okay.
Because obviously there's more pressing storms, at least at the moment, than what's approaching Indiana. Let's first start. Let's maybe go north and then kind of go kind of counterclockwise around. But that storm towards Janesville, I continue to see rotation within that storm. So if you're in Janesville, go ahead, do me a favor, seek shelter immediately. Towards Milton as well. Kashanong. Gosh, I know I'm butchering that one. My apologies. Obviously, I don't. Not here to joke, but Um, I see the rotation, the environment, especially there, supports rotating storms. You can see between the BAM tornado warning and the 2 tornado warnings from the National Weather Service. Go ahead and seek shelter with that particular storm.
This is the area of strong rotation.
John, I suppose good news that storm by Savannah that we've been watching for a while, that's had this the rotation that's lasted seemingly forever, seemed to have lost it a little bit.
Yep.
We still have a BAM tornado warning, John, with that storm.
Looks like
rotation
looks like we got a confirmed one down here near Grand Detour and Wusong.
Grand Detour. Okay, I see that rotation for sure. Strong signs of rotation. Obviously, it's observed tornado. So if you're in that tornado warning towards Grand Detour, towards Wusong, go ahead and immediately seek shelter.
You can see it right here, Matt, wrapping itself. That's rain wrapped for sure. Let me see if I got a signature on it. Yeah, I think that's probably it, Matt.
Yeah. Yep.
Unfortunately, so a tornado debris signature on this as well, and that is going to be very close to Wusong, if I'm pronouncing that correctly. Let's go ahead and do a quick timer.
Okay.
On that rotation.
Let me see if I can just to double check the speed of it. And Amanda and both Amanda AG and Amanda James, we'll get back to some of those storms into Indianapolis. Right now, we're focusing on some of the more tornadic potential that we're seeing off into southern Wisconsin, western Illinois, and we'll swing back over to southern Michigan with the tornado warning storm there as well.
Looks like the area of strongest rotation and likely tornado that is on the ground is going to be working into Wusong in the next 3 to 5 minutes. Grand Detour, let's keep an eye out on around 7:27 to 7:30. Oregon 7:35. And the back end of this, you're not under a tornado warning in this zone just yet, but 6:47 Central.
Okay. That one looks dangerous. That particular storm. John, if we continue to go round robin here, so to speak, the next tornado warning of interest looks to be north of Wyoming, south of I believe that you would pronounce that Osceola, Illinois. I do see some rotation there north of Wyoming, approaching Bradford, Illinois. Yep, and you can see where the hook echo is. There's Bradford off to the east.
Yep, that's coming into play. Matt, while I time this out, maybe check on that cell as well south of Sterling that's close to I-88 there, that this hook up here that's not under a tornado warning. That caught my attention as well. I haven't checked that out yet.
South of Sterling.
Or easier yet, it's the only cell that isn't under a tornado warning yet. So
okay. I see what you're talking about. Yeah, I see some rotation there, John.
So we're getting the circulation. I agree with what Matt said, just southwest of Bradford. So almost a couple areas. I see a signature. Let me be clear, not a tornado signature, but an area of rotation, and perhaps another area right here. So there's a couple zones we need to watch with this cell. I'm going to generally time out this entire line as it pushes to the northeast. Potential for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Quarter-sized hail. I haven't seen anything larger than quarter, and based on radar, I don't disagree.
John, that cell by for what it's worth, by Grand Detour. It has 70-mile-per-hour wind tag on it.
Okay. Here's the timing for this line. Read out a few again. Remember, subtract an hour from this. This is an Eastern time. Henry, 6:56. McNabb, 7:04. Varna, 7:11. We need to, let's keep an eye on Peoria as well. Likely going to be closer to around 7:05, 7:10 Central. I know it's not included in there, but we got another cell coming up from the south. Princeville, 6:34. And then Wyoming, really in the next few minutes.
Daria, you're asking about Janesville. Seek shelter right now.
Yep.
If you're in Janesville, just go ahead and do it right now. That storm still has some rotation. I see it.
Warnings. Yep.
I don't know where you're at or if you're in Janesville in relation to Janesville, but go ahead and seek shelter right now. John, yeah, so interesting point you make about the Sterling cell. What state, please? We were talking about Janesville, Wisconsin. It's a great question. John, I'd like to see that rotation tighten up a little bit more south of Sterling, but it does have that look, doesn't it?
Yep.
And I would argue at least weak rotation with it.
I agree. Daria, I haven't gotten any reports yet, but it's strong rotation. It would not surprise me if there's a tornado somewhere in there.
Call them up right now.
Yep.
Or text them, or whatever is the easiest way to tell them to get down to the basement or interior room ASAP. I wouldn't waste any time to do it.
A new tornado warning from our team as well for this Freeport cell. So at Freeport, Illinois, it looks like the circulation is passing literally just to the northeast, right along US 20, and that's approaching Dakota, Rock City, and Davis. So all across the board, and I'll go to national radar so we can view this, turn off a few things. This first line, this initial line that's pushing east, strongest potential for tornadoes at this point. The line further back, I would say we're looking at a greater potential for damaging winds. It's not saying there can't be damaging winds in the cells to the east, but it's clearly that this line with these embedded supercells are fostering that better potential as they push to the east, northeast. Matt, if they can keep it up over the next 30 minutes, I wouldn't have, I see the environment out ahead of it, but I don't think I'd have a major problem in including at least part of Chicagoland, extending that tornado watch another county or two to the east.
Yeah, John, one thing I haven't looked at is if there's any lake breeze that's
breeze,
impacting.
yeah.
Jennifer, we were talking about Monticello, Indiana. It continues to look very weak. It would be closer to in between Norway and Buffalo. Looks very weak. And in my opinion, it's not worth a tornado warning.
Yeah. Matt, I'll push a bit more east. Looks like this is a new MD, unless that's been there.
Where at?
St. Louis, Springfield, Bloomington.
Yep, that's been there for a little bit.
A little bit behind on the MDs.
That's all right, John. We've got plenty to talk about. We don't need to talk about MDs. Yep.
Nope.
John, let's continue down the line because we have more tornado warning storms to discuss. Next on the docket, so to speak, is we already discussed the Bradford tornado warning. Next is by Elmwood, Illinois. It's that one just south of that Bradford one. I see the area of rotation just west of Elmwood, approaching. Looks like it'll pass near Brimfield, maybe just north of Brimfield.
Brimfield around 6:30, and then Princeville, Akron 6:34, 6:44. I feel like this orientation, something like this, Matt, maybe that's a bit too easterly.
Yeah, maybe go a little bit more northeast, John.
Northeast, I agree. Yeah, Princeville, I would say your Brimfield and Princeville greater concerns for this tornado. Tornado warning does not include Princeville just yet. Would not surprise me to see that extend. Regardless of the tornado threat, some 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts as well. Make sure to seek shelter if you're in the path of these storms. Let's also watch the southern edge of the cell by Canton, Illinois, and Peoria right here, south of I-74, this zone, as this cell tries to push more to the northeast. It's severe thunderstorm warned, but given the nature of this line, I think it's a risk we need to watch for some all hazards, hail, damaging winds, a few tornadoes. Matt, I'm going to shift a bit more to the east.
Okay.
As we do have some, I want to talk about this tornado warning up in Kalamazoo.
And yeah, let's continue to keep an eye on that one.
Yep. So we originally were looking at more, and our tornado warning is in the dashed red area, including Galesburg, Augusta, and now Climax.
John, obviously the greater rotation is just north of Vicksburg.
Yep.
But I do see a secondary of rotation now just southeast of Kalamazoo.
Yep.
So there's two separate pieces of rotation in that particular storm. Alex, you've been asking a couple times about Lansing. John, it seemingly that the southern part of the rotation seems to be making a track towards Lansing. The big question mark I have is, does the rotation survive towards Lansing?
Absolutely. And these two areas in particular, Richland, Augusta, Galesburg, Pavilion, Climax, those are all locations right now you need to be in your shelter. Battle Creek, you need to start heading to the shelter or planning to get to the shelter as these continue to push more towards the northeast, especially this, which I think this is the stronger, more broad rotation down here in Portage and Pavilion. And I think that's why it's making more of a beeline, a better angle at Battle Creek versus this one up here by Kalamazoo. Let's go ahead and time that out though, Matt, for Lansing. Same speed of around 50. I'm going to time out the current strongest part of that line.
Yeah.
I think the risk here is this may be a 15, 20 minutes too fast because I am orienting it quite a bit more to the northeast. But just to give Lansing some timing information, let's watch around.
That's about an hour.
Yeah, downtown Lansing, 8:20 to 8:30. So you need to be watching the cell. Grand Ledge 8:10, DeWitt 8:22, Holt 8:23, Eaton Rapids 8:21, Chester 7:57, Nashville 7:46. And it looks like they just got, okay, good, 51. Okay, the team just got Lansing, told them 8:25. So we're on the same page with timing.
Perfect.
Anything in central Indiana? I see a new strong storm statement has popped up.
John, I've been looking. My radar is going all over the place here, looking at velocities and trying to look at any areas of rotation. John, I'm not seeing any clear rotation in western Indiana at this point. Again, I've mentioned that area in Monticello. There's still some broad. Now it'd be by Buffalo Royal Center. But again, I just don't see enough that, in my opinion, would warrant a tornado warning.
Yep.
But at least some weak rotation by Buffalo, kind of in between Buffalo and Royal Center, it looks like, John.
And you're talking about right down by...
That's northeast of Monticello.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, my apologies. I said some pretty vague.
You're good. So far, I don't hate that timing we have on it. around 738, backside 742, 745.
Yeah, Jennifer says she's in Royal Center. I don't know where you're at. It looks like you just got a severe thunderstorm warning, actually, just for Royal Center. 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'm just noting some weak rotation in it. I wouldn't be shocked if you get some small hail out of that, just based off what I see on the radar. But again, the rotation looks rather weak. I would say right now, I think primarily you need to be concerned for 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. I'll be watching it closely to see if that can tighten up that rotation, but at least some minor rotation there.
They have this, I'm going to retime this real quick. They have this moving at 70 miles per hour, which it is trying to bow. I wouldn't be surprised if it's moving a bit quicker, but I don't know about that. Let me retime that, and then I will get some timing out for us for this area of the line, which I think is a bit stronger than its brother to the south.
Definitely a nice Boeing segment.
I'm getting 60. I'm getting 60 now on the activity of Monticello. I don't see 70, but I got 60.
I just got 60 as well, John.
Okay.
Yep, on the dot, on the nose.
Excellent.
New severe thunderstorm warning, John. I think this is new. Towards Greencastle, Ladoga, 60-mile-per-hour winds.
We'll go take a look. Yep, I just saw that pop up.
Alex, I don't know if you saw earlier, we are watching towards Lansing here in about an hour, 8:20, 8:30-ish time frame for some of those storms out to the west to work their way east.
I wanted to do another track on this, moving a bit more northeast. North Manchester, 8:15. Columbia City, I think we had a couple people asking from there. Columbia City, 8:32. So the yellow area, the yellow boxes that you're seeing are severe thunderstorm warnings, which are for 60-mile-per-hour winds. The timer that you see, or the orange, that is the timing graphic that I just plotted so you guys can see your locations. Columbia City, 8:32. North Webster, 8:26. Bourbon, 8:06. Walnut, 7:58. Again, gusts of 60 miles per hour and a little rotation that we've been tracking approaching Royal Center. New severe thunderstorm warning that Matt just mentioned. Greencastle, North Salem, Jamestown, Advance, Ladoga, Rochdale. I'm going to retime this one as well, Matt. That one I can see on velocity. That one's definitely got 60 potential, and I know it's a bit far away from the radar, but very, very clear seeing that. And this particular area of storms, that would be a concern for Indianapolis as well. If it can hold on, if it can maintain its strength.
John, it reminds me of the Royal Center area of rotation, but if you look by southeast of Rockville, north of Carbon, maybe some weak rotation. Again, in my opinion, nothing to warrant a tornado warning for, just something I'm watching.
Okay. Yeah, I see it. I agree. I definitely an area to watch. I'm getting 55 on this particular line segment. So based on the current here, let's take this out a little bit more.
Leanna, I think you may be talking about the mesoscale discussion. So that's something the Storm Prediction Center puts out before they would issue a severe thunderstorm watch. John, okay, you may be able to just get rid of that.
John. Turn that off. Yeah, I think that's
a little distracting.
That's a good idea. I agree.
Christina, we're getting these storms moving northeast around, I believe, 50 miles per hour in Indiana.
This one, Matt, we just sped it up to about 55.
Okay.
This one's, but roughly it's been around 50, 55. The ones in northern Indiana are now 60. This particular line, some updated timings. I'm going to zoom in. Indianapolis, 8:35. So it's with this speed, it's about 5 minutes earlier. Noblesville, 8:40. Alexandria, 9:03. Kokomo, 8:36. Crawfordsville, 7:47. Greencastle, 7:48. Anderson, 9 p.m. It is very, very similar to the timing, if I can find it here. Here we go. Very similar to the timing that meteorologists know began just pulled together. Now, all of you asking the cities and where you're at, look at this map, find your location on where you live, and this is the timing that we're expecting that line to push in from west to east. I think the greatest severe risk is going to be 60-mile-per-hour winds and a few embedded tornadoes. We can still see some hail. But Matt, and let me know if you disagree. We're still watching this band, but the gusts continue to look more scattered in nature as they advance to the east, the more stronger to severe. So I don't anticipate this being as widespread.
Yeah, it looks a little bit messy from a severe standpoint. Fairly, John, I'd argue at this point, especially the northern half of Indiana, fairly widespread, at least strong wind gusts.
Sure. Yep.
John, I continue to watch southeast of Rockville, northwest of Greencastle. There's a little area of rotation. Yeah.
On that Michigan cell, it's the strong rotation there. It's going to make a hard right beer eventually. So you know that.
Okay. Yeah, I do want to get back up on that cell up there too, Matt, as it looks pretty impressive on on velocity.
John, I think it's worth noting that area of rotation east of Rockville.
Are you talking about Indiana, Matt?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am.
Let me see. Oh, I see it there. Okay. I think I'm gonna. What would be easier here is to move down to our local radar.
And then, I do want to get it back to that storm into Michigan. Jake came in to tell me he thinks the tornado can take a hard veer right.
Battle Creek, yep, and that has been the concern. Let's go ahead and shift up there. I see it, Matt, and in my opinion, it just looks more like damaging winds at this point. Okay. Just because we've been getting a lot of questions up here before we get to Michigan, there are some intensifying storms from Napanee to Wakarusa to Elkhart that are approaching Goshen that should be there around, I would say, 750, 755. Gusts of 40 to 45 possible. It's not severe yet, and I don't see any rotation approaching Goshen.
John, that's a heck of a velocity signature towards climax.
Let me clean up some of the alerts here.
I'm talking Michigan, by the way.
Yep, I know. Yep, I just got here. I was going to look to see if we had it looks like a partial debris signature. I'm waiting for this to update perhaps to another frame.
Hard to say, John. I think at any point, John, let's maybe try to time that out towards Battle Creek. I would just say at this point, if you're climax Battle Creek, towards Level Park, Oak Park, go ahead and seek shelter. East of Galesburg, Michigan.
Yeah, I would say at this point, I would treat this as a tornado, likely very close to a tornado on the ground from what we're seeing on velocity. So yeah, Battle Creek area. And Matt, what timing did you say you just got on this?
I haven't timed it out yet, but let me time it out.
Yeah, no disagreements with Jake on it starting to veer. 50 southwest to northeast.
I just got 47, John.
47.
So,
Okay.
47, 50. We could just use 50. Let's just use something faster. Give people more of a, you need to be, ready by this time.
We'll time the front edge of this all of the way. .29 miles per hour.
John, let's use a 50 for now.
Okay. Battle Creek at 7:50, so that's about 10 minutes. 10 minutes for when we start to see, and I'm timing out the front edge of this strong to severe thunderstorm. Charlotte 8:08, Eaton Rapids 8:26, Springport 8:30. Now, outside of this area, you are not actively under the tornado warning. But locations to the northeast, I would continue to prepare as this storm approaches. Springport 8:30, Potterville 8:13, Charlotte 8:08.
Noblesville Scanner, appreciate you. Thanks for popping on. John, real quick, this just kind of caught my eye while looking at the velocities with that particular cell. South of Vicksburg, another area of rotation has developed. That's just southwest of the ongoing tornado warning. Yep, you're looking at that. So, yep.
Yeah, that looks.
That may also need to go tornado warned.
This area right here, especially the next couple scans, Matt, should show us. If you're in Pavilion, or let's draw out the zone that this is heading. If you're in between these locations, it might be a good idea to seek shelter just in case.
I would.
It would not surprise me to see it start to tighten a bit more.
John, real quick, we've been getting a lot of questions again about Indiana.
Let me go ahead and scroll down here. Matt, I did just check your Rockville area. I believe that, east of Rockville. It's now just starting to get into southeast of Waveland. There is a little bit of subtle rotation there. I do see it.
Yeah.
Would not call that enough for a tornado warning still.
John, let's maybe circle that area for folks.
Yep.
Just to give them an idea. Again, there's some rotation. Tough to say in this particular instance. Doesn't look particularly too tight, but be the area John's gonna kind of highlight. Just be vigilant if you're kind of in that area.
And we'll time this. Why is it red in Goshen, Indiana? I am not sure. There's the storm is approaching, but there's no active warnings. Again, I think you can see a few stronger gusts, 40 to 50 miles per hour, even some small hail as it approaches. But that's just a particular cell. It's just measuring the heavier rain and hail that's associated with it. Let me do another timing for folks here, Matt.
Okay. And severe thunderstorm watch just issued, central Indiana.
Okay, there we go. I see it. Yep. So, okay. Severe thunderstorm watch, including Muncie, Kokomo, Fort Wayne, Indianapolis, Greenwood, Greencastle, in effect through, I would guess that's midnight. Yep. So that's going to be primarily and only for, in our opinion, this line of storms that's starting to work in.
The details in that is additional details coming soon. So, okay.
Perfect.
Good evening,
All right.
Dustin. Great to see you.
Yep. All right, let's go ahead and time this out again. I'm still getting about 55.
Again, guys, if you're in Indiana, there is only one area of very weak rotation that I see south of Waveland. So towards Rochdale, Ladoga, New Ross. Outside of that, it looks like it's just going to be a wind gust deal. Yep, Leanna, you just got a severe thunderstorm watch.
Trying to figure out where I can boot this here. Let's try this. Put that in blue. You can see that. Okay, I'm going to read off a few of these. Indianapolis, 8. Let's start on the southern side. Bloomington, 8:40. Greenwood, 9 o'clock. Plainfield, 8:20. Cloverdale, 7:58. Linton, 8 p.m. Shelbyville, 9:23. Greenfield, 9:04. Indianapolis, 8:36. Fishers, 8:42. Newcastle, 9:25. Anderson, 9:03. Muncie, 9:21. Noblesville, 8:43.
Just the severe threat's not going to linger to midnight. In my opinion, the severe threat's on the leading edge of these storms. What do you have for Kokomo, John?
We've got about 8:37.
8:30, so around 8:30, 8:40 for you, just. And then, in my opinion, you're done for severe weather.
I'm going to go ahead and time out the northern side of this, and then we'll come back to central Indiana.
And it looks like Jake did tornado warn that storm south of the storm of Battle Creek.
Okay.
So a BAM tornado warning just east of Vicksburg, Michigan. As we do see some rotation, and gosh, John, the velocities west of Battle Creek still continue to look impressive into Michigan.
Warsaw, 8:09 Eastern. Columbia City, 8:36. Syracuse, 8:14. Rome City, 8:40. Middlebury, 8 o'clock. Sturgis, 8:20. So those are some timings. Again, for those of you that have Clarity Home, Clarity Pro, Clarity Business, any of our Clarity packages, you've already received that nowcast with the latest on timing, give or take 5 or 10 minutes. That's still roughly the same timing we're getting. I will go ahead and leave this open, and I want to go view that tornado warning first that our team, that Matt just mentioned, was just issued south of Crawfordsville. And then I want to really get into that rotation up here in southern Michigan.
Jamie, that's a good question. I'm not sure if they will or not.
Matt, I'm seeing that there's potentially the live may not have gotten sent out all the way, so we might have to look at that here in a minute. Russellville, Waveland, New Market, under that tornado warning area of rotation.
What do you mean, John?
I'm not entirely sure. Hope says she didn't get the stream. Oh, there she is. Okay, she saw it. Never mind. Okay, perfect. Russellville, Rochdale is where we're watching this area of rotation. Matt caught onto this about minutes ago.
that's the area we've been watching. As far as any rotation in Indiana, that is, in my opinion, John, the only rotation I see.
Yep. And it's still quite weak.
Yep.
But there's something that can happen, Matt. That would be where it is, and that is pushing more to the northeast.
Yep.
I'm not sure about Newmarket and Waveland yet. If you're under that tornado warning, still seek shelter. I think the better potential is more in the southeastern end of this particular tornado warning. Lynette, I'd say so. They're moving at about 50 to 55 to the northeast.
Mm-hmm.
And Jamie, I can't speak on what they'll do. They should expire the watch as the line passes. Let's take a quick look back up here at the tornado warning that's currently in effect for Battle Creek, and then we did have that BAM warning on that part of the cell near Vicksburg and Pavilion that was issued. Let's switch over to, and then Matt, I do want to steer our attention back over to northern Illinois and southern Wisconsin as well. I'm not sure.
It looks like NWS just issued a tornado warning for that second cell. So Jake has been on it tonight. Kudos to Jake Wagner. He's been getting out ahead of the National Weather Service on some of these. So want to give a big shout out to him.
And yeah, and there's that tornado warning for Pavilion and Battle Creek. See if and you can see the reason I turned off the BAM alerts briefly is because I didn't want us to have all of those tornado warnings, but you can see the original path of that. So very well done there, getting that out ahead. Just for a second, I'm going to turn that off as we time this out.
Brenda, we're live. We're live.
Yep, it is 7:50, Brenda. You got it. Okay, area of rotation that we are tracking at this point for these two cells, I will draw that out. Right here, Matt, looks like just southeast of Pavilion. This is circulation 1. The next circulation, Matt, it looks like it's now northwest of Battle Creek.
It is. It would be by, I'm getting Level Park, Oak Park.
Yes, yep.
And John, recently the latest scans, it's weakened.
Yes, it has.
I wonder if it's starting to get out of the environment, kind of getting out ahead of the warm front.
Hope just sent something in BAMETS too. We'll get to this back into the south, but it looks like Terre Haute has closed some roads due to downed trees as well. I'm going to time this out, and then we will shift back. We're still getting around 55 on these as well.
Yeah, Brenda, I'm not sure what the issue could be. Haley, great to see you. Again, primarily wind gust. John, for Indianapolis, what is it? Around 840 downtown?
Yeah, 830, 833.
Okay.
Give me 1 second here, Matt. So this is the timing for the leading edge. I have included a few locations that are north, a few locations north of that tornado warned area that are not under a warning, but let's watch these for some stronger gust potential as it pushes southwest to northeast. Eaton Rapids is going to be around 822, Lansing 825, Potterville, Grand Ledge, and Williamston 843. Perry 845, Lanesburg 836. Now for the tornado warned areas that we're watching, let's watch. Marshall is just outside of both of those warnings. They are included in our BAM warning, 823. And Springport, you're in the path of a couple of these circulations.
Jeff, real quick, if you go to your radar tab, so you click the tab at the bottom left-hand corner, you should see 3 dots on the left-hand side, Jeff. And when you click that, the very top left-hand corner, you should see nationwide radar and local radar. That's what you'll want to click on.
Matt, give me 1 second here. Let me take out my phone out there.
Guys, while John leads momentarily, again, he's got the radar on Michigan as we speak. Very welcome. Let me know if that doesn't work for you. I suppose the good news is the rotation north of Battle Creek has weakened a little bit. So still, if you're in that tornado warning, still seek shelter. The rotation that looks a little bit more impressive at this point is just east of Pavilion, that southern edge of the tornado warning. Looks like it's going to scoot just south of Climax. That rotation's a little bit more impressive on the radar as it stands right now.
Perfect. Thank you, Matt. Okay, let me switch over. Matt, let's take a quick look, if you don't mind, into northern Illinois.
Yeah, let's do so. We've been focused a lot in areas further to the east, just given the questions we've been getting primarily from folks to the east. But John, I still see some areas of rotation. I know there's not a tornado warning for it right now, but let me try to find a good name of a town you might recognize. West of Ottawa, Illinois. So it's that storm northwest of Peru, just northwest of Peru, John. You were on it. Nope. Scroll down a little bit. That northern severe warning. See Peru just to the.
Yep, I got it. There we go. Perfect.
That storm right there by Ladd. It looks like there is a little bit of rotation within that particular storm that I see. It is currently not in a tornado warning from the National Weather Service. A severe thunderstorm warning, 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. But if you are towards Ladd, Dimmock, Troy Grove, Waltham, I don't think Cherry, Illinois, I don't think it would hurt to seek shelter, as I do see a little bit of rotation within that storm. And just, in my opinion, to be safe in the history of some of these storms further to the west, I don't think it would hurt to go ahead and seek shelter. Absolutely.
And I'm also seeing a lot of hail with it too coming in, but obviously that tornado risk, gusts of 60 mile per hour, definitely the primary concerns. Before we get to some of these other cells, I do see a tornado watch extension that now includes greater Chicago area, Waukegan, that was just put into effect for this broken line of storms that is now pushing to the east. So no surprise there. I haven't seen any lake breezes either.
And John, you talked about that.
Yep.
About that occurring. And I remember mentioning in my client live, some of the data I was trying to see a lake breeze. And John, if that hasn't happened, then Chicago is certainly well in play for that. Also note the band tornado warning there. That looks like it's just south of Rockford, north of DeKalb. I do see some rotation there by Kirkland, Illinois, John. You can almost see a little kink.
Yeah, I see that too. There are two areas in this particular cell, or these two cells rather. Let's see, it looks like Kirkland is just to the north. Thank you, sir. Right here, and that's at the center of our BAM warning. That's approaching, I believe it's Marengo, Matt, and Riley. And then the other rotation just west of Hillcrest, or at least we're starting to see some of the cell beginning to wrap up a bit more.
Okay. Yeah, these storms, John, they've just had a constant history of rotation.
And that's why I don't really disagree with the tornado risk. And even into Wisconsin, I think I just saw a question about Beloit. That current cell, if you're in Beloit, Wisconsin, Daria, I think it's going to go just to your north. Matt,
Beloit's right on the border of
Yeah.
Wisconsin and Illinois, correct?
Yes. Yep. It's just south of where Janesville under another tornado warning. I think I believe the second of the day.
Yep, it certainly looks like that, John.
Yeah, I don't see any. There's some slight rotation just to the west of Janesville, but if you're in Beloit, in my opinion, and Matt, let me know if you disagree, I'm not seeing any rotation concerns with any of this activity moving in from Sherland and Durand. But it looks like this is my concern. So right here, there's some rotation that's trying to push a bit more to the northeast. New severe thunderstorm there, warning, Matt, just popped up in Beloit. That's going to likely be for 60-mile-per-hour winds.
70-mile-per-hour winds. 70-mile-per-hour
70.
winds.
Let's time out southern Wisconsin as best as we can and then work back into northern Illinois. I'm trying to keep an eye here, Matt, on central Indiana. Looks roughly, I don't see any new developments currently, but we'll keep an eye on that here as well.
Okay.
Daria, you are good. That's what we're here for, but would highly recommend at some point getting that Clarity Home app and you can move around your location where your family is and we can keep them safe. But no worries there. Happy to help.
John, I got these storms. About 50 miles per hour again, John.
Yep.
So
yep, there we go. And I think what I'm going to do, Matt, because this is getting messy, is I'm going to just time out the leading edge of the storms themselves, not necessarily every severe storm.
I think that's a good call.
So what I'm doing, guys, this is going to be the earliest in which you can see strong to severe storm potential. And I'm going to do this for southeastern Wisconsin, and I'm going to do this for northeastern Illinois. And 50, I'll come up a bit more. So, and again, this is an hour. You're subtracting an hour because these are in Eastern time. So 8:05 Central for Milwaukee, 7:24 for West Bend, 7:47 for Belgium. Get some more. There we go. Get some more cities to pop up. Elkhorn, 7:20 Waterford, 7:43 Union Grove, 7:56 Burlington, 7:39.
John, real quick, because we have gotten some questions and again around central Indiana. That area of weak rotation I saw, well, kind of by New Market, Ladoga, kind of those areas, that has weakened quite a bit. I'm just not seeing rotation. If you're in central Indiana at this point, it's just for some gusty winds. We'll continue to keep an eye on any rotation that can develop. But right now, there's only one severe thunderstorm warning, approaching Advance, North Salem, east of Bainbridge at this point. A few strong storm statements. That's what the National Weather Service puts out when it's sub-severe. But just keep that in mind.
Matt,
not overly impressive,
I
guess I could say at this point.
You look at that, it's almost a fish hook starting to work towards Jamestown there. I definitely see the you can almost see that gust front along the storms. Technical term gust front wouldn't be correct, but definitely some damaging winds still in play under that severe thunderstorm warning. So these times still continue to apply for the leading edge. And then I do want to jump back to northern Illinois.
Yeah, let's get back to northern Illinois, John.
Okay, I'm going to do the same thing for the northern half of the state. Again, this is for the earliest, strongest severe thunderstorm potential. We do have a BAM tornado warning out. That's Marengo, Riley, Kirkland. Rotation, I believe, is now just north of Kirkland.
Yep.
Yeah.
North of Kirkland by Belvedere.
I agree with what you were saying earlier, Matt. I think the greater rotation risk with this group of storms is probably closer to Hillcrest now, starting to cross over I-39.
There's another area of rotation right there as well. Yep.
At any rate, let's time this out again. Again, this is the leading edge of the strong to severe thunderstorms. Majority continuing to show more signs of damaging winds right now versus tornadoes, but still plenty of embedded circulations. Let me actually push this out a couple hours. It's getting about 52 on this earlier. Northeastern Illinois, Evanston 829, Waukegan 806, Arlington Heights 810, Bolingbrook 808, DeKalb 722, Hammond, Indiana at 857 Central, Manhattan 830, Morris 802, Streeter around 740.
Keep in mind that the times you see up there are in Eastern, so subtract an hour for Central.
For those of you in Northeastern Illinois, I think that the tornado risks can lessen a bit, but I would continue to favor the storms to maintain intensity from a damaging wind standpoint, based on what I can see out in front of this. And it seems there's continual issuance of severe thunderstorm warnings out ahead of this as well. The line behind it, Matt, that we were watching that just crossed over the Iowa-Illinois border does appear to be fading. I think the storms out ahead of it are sucking up all of the good energy and moisture associated with it here.
Yeah, for sure. I can definitely see that.
Brian, yes, storms are going to hit Valparaiso. We would be looking at sometime between 9:30 and 10:30 Central, 9:30 and 10:30. Let's watch how these evolve, and we'll get some more updated timing on that. I want to see if they can turn a bit more. No problem. Michelle, happy to help.
John, you'll laugh at this. The world's smallest MD. It's basically a circle over Marshall, Michigan.
Okay.
I still see two areas of rotation in those storms in southern Michigan. If you're in Battle Creek, Michigan, do me a favor, go ahead, seek shelter. You're in a tornado warning right now. I still see that area of rotation. And then it looks like a second area of rotation just northeast of Lovell Park, Oak Park, just to the north a few miles. And John, I know we've talked about that one at length.
Yes.
In particular.
Let me. Yeah, Matt. I'm not going to read that. I don't think I'm going to read that small MD.
There's no point.
Pretty sure, but looking at from the Grand Rapids radar, area of the tightening rotation is now just southwest of downtown Battle Creek between I-194 and 94. I will circle that.
Yeah, again, if you're in Battle Creek, Michigan, go ahead, seek shelter.
Yep. This is the area of strongest rotation that we are tracking at this point. That's going to cross 194 within the next couple of minutes. Yep, Marissa, we'll get back to that. Lori, we don't have the names of counties, but we have your nearest city. So I would recommend knowing where your nearest city is, and then on the time graphics that we produce and show, you'll be able to see where you're at. And Isabel, yes, that is correct. So Clarity is a subscription. Clarity Home, great package. You'll get access to all of our earlier streams that we do talking about the events leading before, and the nowcasts, which give you the exact timing for your location as well.
To name a few.
Yes, to name a few. Yeah. Guys, we could be here for 10 minutes talking about all the things that Clarity offers, but I want to stick with our severe analysis here as well. Looks like Hope just responded to you as well. Matt, remind me, the second area, were you talking about the northern part of the cell for the second area of rotation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yep, I see it. Oak Park. I just wanted to make sure. Yeah, that area, Matt, looks like it's starting to weaken. But it's
John,
yeah.
let's go back to central Indiana. Getting a lot of folks asking about this group of storms.
Yep, and there's the new severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to go ahead and clear this. We'll do an updated track.
And again, it's no surprise to me that the two severe thunderstorm warnings are kind of on the edges of those little bows. So you can see embedded within the overall line of storms, we have these bowing segments. And you can see that's where the severe warnings are ongoing at this point. So we do have two across Indiana, really three. There's three bowing segments. There's one approaching Warsaw as we speak. And then we've got the other one towards Rossville and the other one approaching, it's on Thorntown, approaching Lebanon as we speak. So if you're kind of into western Hamilton County, western Tipton County, western Howard County, you probably get some strong wind gusts up to 60 miles per hour with some of those storms as they start to approach the area. Once again, just to reiterate for folks, John, I'm just not seeing much rotation in these. So right now, it looks like a wind gust deal as it moves from west to east.
I agree, Matt. Jake and I have been watching this one area between Thorntown and Lebanon as it kind of curves, but definitely nothing to suggest, I would say, a tornado.
Yeah, that's the same area, John, I looked at earlier.
Yeah.
Right. It's literally the same piece.
I'm going to retime this quickly, and then we will get new timing information for all of you in southern, central, and northern Indiana. You all have been very patient as we've been circling the Midwest, Ohio Valley. It does appear, Matt, that the gusts, or if you time it using velocity, it is starting to move more west to east. I'm getting, once again, more of a 60 to the northeast, 50 west to east. So,
yeah, John, I'm gonna attempt to time out west to east movement versus northwest to southeast and see what I get.
Let me know what you get. I just got 47.
Of west to east?
West to east was 47. And I used velocity to help me.
Let's see here. 741, 19.
Thank you, Katie. Really appreciate that. And Marissa, do not apologize. Do not apologize at all. We're working around the region.
John, as far as like pure west to east, I'm talking directly west to east, John. I was getting about 30 miles per hour.
Really? Okay.
Yeah. I was looking kind of by Bainbridge, Greencastle World. Obviously, it's moving much faster from southwest to northeast. I got about 60 miles per hour, the southwest to northeast movement.
Yep, I got 60 there, and I just got 37 on the western edge. Okay, that's enough. Let's
John, Matt, it seems too, for folks in Indiana, the strongest of the storms, or at least has some bowing segments, it's going to be north of I-70. South of I-70 looks, dare I say, unimpressive, John.
Yep. This is the west to east timing I came at, Matt. That would be closer to 850 for Indianapolis. I think there's a potential and that's, again, we've been right around that 840, 850 the past 5 times we've timed it. So not much of a difference. We'll watch for that to adjust a bit more again. Right now, if you are south of the blue dashed line, you are not under a severe thunderstorm warning, but I would still expect strong gusts of 40 to 50. Tornado risk, in my opinion, in these areas continues to be very low. So I think it's
extraordinarily low, John.
Yes, extraordinarily low. Yep. So it's the strong gust potential that I think is really going to be the main key that we need to watch here.
Jesse, in Thorntown, the strongest of the storms have already shifted off to your east, unless you're just east of Thorntown, north of Lebanon. You should be good.
Bloomington, Indiana, 9 Eastern. Ellettsville, 8:48. Shelbyville, 9:45. Edinburgh, 9:40. There we go. And I will zoom in a bit more so we can see some of the timings. If I don't mention your city, it doesn't mean you're not going to see strong to severe gusts. This is just an approximation for timing. I will shift more back into central Indiana. Indianapolis, around 8:50, 8:55. Greenfield, 9:28. Knightstown, 9:50. Cordsville, 9:09. Noblesville, 8:55. Your eastern extent, Rushville, 10:10.
Someone asked about Zionsville, Corey Newell.
Zionsville is going to be 8:35.
Okay.
Now, for those of you that are north of the blue dashed line, we're seeing more of these severe thunderstorm warnings, and based on radar, the better potential for gusts of 60. Still some very weak rotation we're watching south of Frankfurt. Kokomo, 8:35. Marion, 9:15. Hartford City, 9:42. Bluffton, 9:59. Wabash, 9:02. Peru, 8:40. For those of you that are not in the timing graphic and that are east of the orange area, I just think that the storms are likely going to weaken when they get to that point. Still some stronger storm risks, but the reason I'm not including your border areas just yet is I want to see how this evolves as it approaches Indianapolis and the I-69 corridor.
John, I suppose somewhat some good news is the tornado warnings have waned substantially across the board.
Marissa, I agree, Matt, here. Marissa, the blue dash line is right here. But yeah, Matt, I agree. I think as we were expecting, we're starting to see the tornado risks beginning to wane a bit more. Before we get back to Illinois, Matt, I did want to talk about this severe thunderstorm warning, Devin.
Devin, yeah, I'm sure of it. But thank you. I appreciate you. Real quick, John, obviously some of these storms are still packing a punch, especially in northern Indiana for wind gusts. Again, I don't see any concerning rotation any of these storms. So just some gusty storms. So Chris Craig, no big deal. It's fine in central Indiana, just gusty. Yeah, some gusty type of storms that we can have this evening. There's still a little bit of rotation northeast of Battle Creek in Michigan. And John, unless I'm seeing things wrong, none of these storms in Illinois have a tornado warning in them. It looks like Jake has the BAM tornado warning with that storm that I just talked about northeast of Battle Creek.
Mm-hmm. Only southern Wisconsin has one that's just northeast of Janesville, and I expect that one to be expired here momentarily.
Yeah, the velocity looks sloppy, I'll admit. If you're in northeastern Illinois towards Chicago, I in terms of a tornadic threat, John, I mean, there's maybe some weak rotation southeast of, gosh, if I say that, you're gonna have no idea where that's at.
Hit me. Let's see.
Southeast of Earville, west of Leland.
Yep, up here. There we go.
There's some weak rotation, but it's weak. What I'm getting at is if you're into northeastern Illinois, perhaps even southeastern Wisconsin, don't let your guard down for a tornado rotation. But given the trends have been your friend in this instance, where we've seen a substantial decrease in the amount of circulations in these storms. And so from a rotation standpoint, that's promising. That's great news. That's fantastic news. But they're still spinning the atmosphere. Obviously, there's still the tornado watch that's still in effect. And John, you can argue there's still some weak At this point, they look like weak areas of rotation. So don't let your guard down completely. I think, John, in my opinion, with these storms as they move east into northeastern Illinois, into southeastern Wisconsin, severe weather is going to be likely.
Yes.
They're still going to pack a punch. Probably at this point, especially for strong wind gusts. Hail-wise, John, just looking at these on radar, yeah, I mean, there could still be some embedded hail, but these don't look like giant hailers like they once were further off to the west.
Yeah, and I would say at this point we're really watching if there's a cell that I had to pick that doesn't have rotations, as much rotation on it. It's the storm approaching McHenry County and Waukegan that's got this considerable tag for those 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts that are working from west to east. In a second, I want to show you a nowcast that one of our meteorologists has been working on for this area, but specifically these two counties are ones that we need to watch for the damaging wind gust potential, especially.
John, let's go back to Central Indiana. A few more questions.
Actually, real quick, Matt, I wanted to circle back. Storms northeastern Indiana, LaGrange 845, Auburn 915, Fort Wayne 922. The main severe storm threat, Warsaw, Columbia City, that band that's pushing more towards Kendallville, Auburn, and that US 6 corridor. That's going to be where we need to watch the better potential for 60. But from Middlebury, Shipshewana, Sturgis, LaGrange, let's watch for some of those stronger gusts of 40 to 50 as well. Fort Wayne, I know you guys are tired of strong severe thunderstorms.
Yeah, we talked about the other night, John. We got on live, and it was one storm after another.
Yep, it's so hopefully the worst of the gusts missed to the north here. Hamilton County question. Let's zoom in. Carmel 846, Noblesville 854, Cicero 851, Sheridan, Indiana 833. Only seeing, well, let's see if I got my statement thing. Only seeing a severe thunderstorm warning northwest of Indianapolis.
John, thanks for the Sheridan, Indiana shout out. My
You're
parents
welcome.
appreciate that.
I was hoping you were going to notice that subtle emphasis. Matt, west of Indianapolis on reflectivity, it looks like it's starting to fall apart.
Okay.
Towards Danville, Clayton, Cloverdale, as it approaches Indianapolis. I can't say I'm very impressed with it at this point. Marissa, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, can you please stop cutting me off, John? I'm getting sick and tired of it. Getting gusty in Brownsburg. Yeah, these will be gusty showers. John, is there even any lightning in these at this point? Do you have the lightning pulled up there by chance?
I will pull it up right now. Sharon saying, and I did see some Park County damage come in earlier as well, some buildings with some straight line wind damage. I got lightning turned on. I don't see anything.
So at this point, now we're in the business of gusty showers, and there you go.
Yep.
I think that tells the story right there. Where we're literally these showers at this point, their showers are on the edge of the instability as we speak.
If you have any
Chris,
outdoor events going on or some type of just trying to finish up some varsity baseball games, there still can be some lightning risks, I would say, north of Indianapolis, but otherwise it's starting to continue to be very low end.
I see some lightning by Fort Wayne with some of those storms, but there's a little bit more instability up further to the north. Not terrible wind, says Abby.
Dustin, this could meet the definition of thunder showers, not thunderstorms. It's popular debate.
Thunder showers.
Matt, how long have we been live? So 4.5 hours.
Not
new
bad.
thunderstorm warning here.
Okay. Towards Kokomo, huh?
Yep.
60-mile-per-hour winds, which is not surprising. It's on the edge of that Boeing segment. That's where the strongest wind gusts will be.
Yeah,
You'll
I see it here.
notice. I was going to say, John, you'll notice south of I-70, we don't have those Boeing segments south of I-70.
Nope.
And so it's going to be awfully hard to get severe or even strong wind gusts without those Boeing segments.
And when Matt's talking about Boeing segments, your traditional look, you can see this curve or almost fish hook. It's perfect. You can animate it. That's oftentimes going to confirm via radar the potential for stronger gusts out ahead, which I certainly don't disagree with the severe thunderstorm warning here. Sheridan, Kempton, Forest, Sharpsville, Kokomo, Tipton, Atlanta. Tipton County, I know you guys had quite a strong storm, a severe storm work through a week ago. Definitely some additional wind gusts will be a concern.
John, someone asked what's coming for the airport area. Gosh, at this point, wind gusts of 30, 35.
Yep. Right now, Matt, there's non-thunderstorm gusts at the airport of around 33. So I don't think.
Well, 40. Then
Yep,
let's
40.
boost it up to 40 if you're already getting 33 out ahead of the storms.
Speedway, Indiana, same thing. Josh, Columbia City. Looks like there we go. For a second, I didn't see that tornado watch pop down. Looks like they are, Matt, pulling back the watch areas as the band or as the shower storm line pushes east. So that's
Okay.
good.
Kind of surprised they're doing that, John, but kudos to them.
Yes, for sure. Columbia City got you around 8:43 Eastern. I would expect gusts of 50 to 60. Similar feature as the one in central Indiana. Further to the south where you have more of a bow. I know we've got timing graphics on and
Scott, appreciate you. Guys, if this stream has been helpful, you've enjoyed this stream, please like, share, comment. We greatly appreciate it. If you want access to the Clarity application, that QR code, top right-hand corner, you can scan that. You can get access to our application. Again, I've said a million times, we do way more than just these lives. We're putting out forecasts, videos, etc., 24/7 around the clock. We've got a staff always available. So scan that QR code. Someone on my team will put the sign up link in the comments as well. I appreciate you guys checking us out.
appreciate
Spicy
that.
Jesus, you are very welcome. Jamie, appreciate you.
Matt, let's
Still-
talk about Lansing here for a second.
Yeah, so I was actually just looking at that particular storm, John, and I don't mind Jake's BAM tornado warning still.
Yep.
The rotation has substantially weakened, and what I believe is happening here, John, and much like what's happening even in central Indiana, is the storms are starting to get out ahead of the better environment.
Mm-hmm.
And so as these storms or showers encounter just a little bit of a less favorable environment, they're losing a little bit of steam.
And it's just not looking as impressive on radar. Let me.
Landon, where you at, Landon? I don't know where you're at. Appreciate you, Marissa.
Betsy, Kokomo, 8:35. And
So-
this is accounting more for the gusts out ahead of it. So you're likely seeing some of that rain working in, but it's this area that we can likely see some gusts working ahead of the more intense downpours.
Yep, it's on your doorstep.
Yep.
Kindleville, Landon, no, I don't think you're talking any tornadoes. Personally,
Maybe an extension of some stronger gusts. We'll see if they extend the warning, probably 40 to 50. James, yes, Newcastle should get the weaker side of the storm.
Yep.
Given current trends, for sure.
Yep, I agree. Angola, probably some stronger storms in Angola, but I don't think we're talking tornado. We've got that Boeing segment heading towards Angola, John. I could see some strong wind gusts near 60 miles per hour.
I agree. It wouldn't surprise me to continue to see that risk. Looks like we got a new severe thunderstorm warning into Logansport, Mexico, Denver, Fulton, Macy, Indiana. Adams County, I think I saw somebody pop up a question about Adams County. Likely going to continue to see that risk of 40 to 50 miles per hour as well. Matt, I'm looking at this on velocity. I would say this is definitely severe thunderstorm risk for 60 is probably a much lower end risk. I think 50 is more likely here. That's just my opinion. But
I mean, whatever, John. I mean, 50,
yeah,
60. I mean, no one's going to be able to tell the difference. Same thing, really.
I will review this. I'm seeing more questions pop up on what about me? What about this area? If you are south of this blue line that I am drawing, I think the severe risks are becoming very low. I think some stronger gusts of 40 to 50 can't be ruled out as it pushes east, but I am not impressed by what I'm seeing on radar.
Yeah, you probably avoid it.
Yep. If you're north, we need to watch for some of these embedded pockets of 50, close to 60.
Ooh, Ashley, I'm sorry to hear that. John, while you've been looking at some of these storms in central Indiana, I'm looking at some of the storms off into Illinois. The rotation has certainly wind down quite a bit with these storms along the leading edge. You can argue there's still a few embedded pockets of weak rotation on the leading edge. Most notably, I'm looking at a storm west of Aurora, Illinois, west of Yorkville, Illinois. But right now, in my opinion, at the moment, it doesn't warrant a tornado warning. But still worth keeping an eye on with some of these storms approaching Milwaukee, Chicago, Joliet. But severe damaging winds, I think, look likely as these pass through. Even some embedded hail as well.
Don't know where my might have lost the Chicago radar temporarily. Yeah, Matt, I was looking at this cell between Glassford and Manito down here on
BI Peoria.
Yeah.
Velocity, I'm just not impressed, John.
Yeah, I'm not
be
either.
honest, in terms of rotation.
I am going to pull up NOAA's timing graphic for Chicago, as I want to show that.
Doesn't look like anything Kankakee area saw recently. Oh, no. That Kankakee storm, or by Kankakee. Definitely not.
Now, as I'm showing this nowcast, focus on the timings only. Don't worry about the alerts to the west. That was earlier. The tornado warning alerts are not active at this point, but from Milwaukee, you'll likely start to see that roll in at least towards the shore by 8:15. And then between 8:15 and 9:15, greater Chicago area, getting closer to Hammond, Indiana, and Gary by 9:15, 9:25.
Chris, I assume you're in central Indiana. I would agree with you. I don't think they'll go severe. I have the same thinking as you. Someone asked about Carmel. I think above John. Strongest of those area storms will go north of Carmel. Wouldn't be shocked if you still get some, I don't know, estimating 40, 45 mile per hour wind gusts. Carmel, that may be kind of ambitious. Just gusty.
Yep.
Just a little gusty as it passes through. They're moving into western Hamilton County as we speak. Chami, I don't know if you're talking about the storms west of Kankakee. They're still packing a punch. I don't know if I'd call them your average thunderstorm. Storms in Illinois certainly have a little bit more juice to work with.
Yeah, Fortville, let's watch for some stronger gusts of 50. The current severe warning storm is going a bit more to your north for now. Yep, that's the strongest severe storm working through it. It should be exiting that area in about 5 or 10 minutes.
Beth in northeastern Boone County just got some wind and some rains. Yeah, I think that was an area. Any severe thunderstorm warning, John? I think northeastern Boone County.
Yep.
Very, very close to it.
That's the Beth I was just talking about. Yeah, Beth, 5-10 minutes. You should be good. It looks like, Matt, they might be, far northeastern Boone County between Whitestown, Kirkland. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm sure you definitely got some of that for sure. Muncie, you're on the borderline. I think you're right on the edge of it. Let's plan for some gusts of 40 to 50. It'll be that line that's working through western Hamilton County right now.
Good news for folks in Lansing, John. That circulation just continues the weekend.
I did see that. That is very, very good news.
So just seemingly not enough instability to keep that if there was a tornado, that tornado going towards Lansing. Isabella, yep, Chicagoland under tornado watch. Again, the good news for Chicagoland is the rotation across the board. Those storms out to the west were producing rotation left, right, up, and down, but that has substantially lessened as these have approached the Chicagoland area. So still wouldn't let your guard down completely. I could still make some arguments for some weak rotation in this. It'll bear watching as it passes through Chicago for a tornado, but I think what's more likely for Chicagoland is going to be the strong wind gusts and I would say even very isolated hail.
And Matt, both of these Hope made a good point. Both of these warnings that I have on my screen have been warned for considerable or 70 mile per hour gusts. So the damaging wind threat has definitely taken over as the cell to the north pushes eastward into Lake County. And then we watch our cells to the west of Bolingbrook pushing into Cook County.
John, I'm not surprised. Those upper level winds were strong. I haven't looked at what the upper level winds are doing, at least as of recently. Gosh, John, the low level jet is extraordinarily strong. Looks like about 55, 60 knots. Yep. Whenever we talk about the low level jet, we're talking about the winds about 5,000 feet above the surface. And so when you're dealing with storms and the winds about 5,000 feet above the surface are that strong, those winds can mix down toward the surface. 65 knots, John, is, I don't know what it is in miles per hour. It's 70 something, I think.
I don't remember either.
Anyway, that's neither here or there. I'm not surprised why some of those severe warnings have that 70 mile per hour tag.
Good support from the
tornadoes and Speedway. Nope.
Don't see anything. Nope. No tornadoes and Speedway. Might be a bit gusty.
Yep.
There's been non-thunderstorm and thunderstorm gusts of 30 to 40 reported there in the past 5 or 10 minutes. Orland Park, I would plan for after 8:15 Central. After 8:15 Central to be on the lookout for these storms, gusts of 60 to 70. I think that those can sustain. Yep, thank you, Jamie. Yeah, I had to look at that.
74.8. Thank you, Jamie.
There we go.
Greenwood? Gosh, you probably just avoid a strong, serious storm in Greenwood. Just a little gusty. Shower. No lightning. I don't see any lightning.
Nope, we probably won't even. Yeah, we won't hear thunder here at all, Matt.
Chami's, you're in Bloomington, Indiana. Yeah, they're not getting strong storms down there. Just a breezy little shower. Won't even be strong, technically.
Montgomery County, you should be good for the rest of the evening.
Picking up again in Lebanon, someone said, yeah, just an embedded little shower in behind this. It won't be severe. Just a little breezy.
Zionsville, a few gusts of up to 40 possible within the next 10 minutes. Outside of that, just plan on a few downpours to continue through about 9:10. Should be good.
John, we do have a tornado warning northeastern of McHenry County. Is that Lake County?
Yep, that's Lake County, I believe. Yep.
North of Waukegan. I see some rotation, John.
I do too.
If you're in that warning, go ahead and seek shelter. Lindenhurst, Beach Park, Winthrop Harbor, Zion, Box Lake. Radar indicated.
Right here.
Yep, you can see it. Little notch, a little bit of rotation showing up on velocity.
You're in
Other
Chicago.
than that, John, I mean, I'm looking at some of these other storms further south and west, and rotationally, not seeing much, man.
Yep, I don't disagree, Matt. I was about to say Chicago, greater Chicago area, I would expect at least some type of a severe thunderstorm warning and or strong storm statement as these push to the east. There could be some that miss. There's a little bit of a gap towards Sycamore. Valentine, we'll have to watch that.
Storms behind John, south of Rockford, Dixon, packing a punch.
Yeah.
Wouldn't be shocked to get a strong or severe thunderstorm out of that as well. Doesn't look like tornado. John, I feel like kind of the overall severe threat. I know there's still a couple severe warnings in northeastern Indiana, severe thunderstorm warnings, but it's starting to wind down a little bit here, John.
I agree.
Across the board.
Matt, what do you think about this line that's working northeastern Illinois? Do you think it still poses some strong to severe risks into northwestern Indiana? I was thinking west of I-65, there's still a risk, but east of there, I don't know how long it can hold.
I haven't looked at some of the latest models in a good minute. Let's take a look.
Got some MU Cape all the way back towards South Bend, although this probably hasn't updated for the past hour. Well, we're looking at that here to catch back up on some questions. Greenwood, expecting showers, a few gusts of 30 to 40. Southern Madison County, let's expect a few gusts of 40. Franklin, Indiana, no, Heather. I'm not worried about Franklin, Indiana. Newcastle, you should be good. Not expecting any additional strong severe risks. Kokomo, on the other hand, yep, I'm not surprised. That's where that severe thunderstorm warning is in effect.
Yeah, John, I'm looking at some of the latest modeling. There's still a decent amount of what's called elevated instability tonight. Like you mentioned, John, northwestern Indiana, central Illinois, secondary area storms. But once again, towards Indy, as the storms approach, kind of loses a little bit of steam. John, I wouldn't be shocked if there's a strong storm statement or two. I just clicked on a sounding near Indianapolis. It's got 1,000 of MU Cape early tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. That could be enough for some hail.
Sure. So what I'll do is I want to circle this area, and then we can. Brett mentioned about an hour ago, Matt, 21ZH-RRR was doing the best with current activity. I think if you're out in front of this zone, you know what? I'll redraw it and include. Let's watch for this current broken line of strong to severe thunderstorms. We're getting more of a hail and then a 60 to 70 risk. Let's watch for that strength to hold as it approaches the Indiana-Illinois border, and then we might notice some weakening as that pushes to the end. This is more west to east motion. This is not diving southeast towards Indy. There will still, as the front approaches, as Matt mentioned, be some storm risks. I'll pull up the yeah, and this is a simulated radar showing that a broken line of thunder, probably some thunderstorms, I would think, given that elevated instability, Matt, but from 3 to 6 a.m. across central Indiana. So Abby, that's the long way of answering your question. I think you might be able to see some additional during the morning hours. I can't say I'm really concerned about severe at this point.
I wouldn't be shocked, John, if there's a strong severe here or there, but probably not widespread.
No. Yeah, probably pretty low end, Abby. I wouldn't worry about going to someone's shelter or anything like that. I think just be vigilant of it.
It wouldn't be a tornado.
No,
it'd have to be low end wind gusts. Heck, John, when you're talking about elevated thunderstorms, hail.
Yeah. Definitely hail. Did you see a new severe thunderstorm warning pop up? It's extending into eastern Tipton and eastern Howard County.
If anyone cares, Indiana, still nothing on velocity.
Yep.
That's the theme, the expectations. Nothing rotation, no tornadoes. Well, John, I think what we do, we watch these storms kind of pass through Chicago, and then we start to wrap it up.
I agree. Tipton, this current cell that's working through now, I would expect gusts of 50. Is there potential for small hail overnight after 3 a.m.? Yes, I do think it's a low end risk.
Something worth watching.
Yep. If you don't already, make sure to scan that QR code for Clarity Home, as we will, of course, be sending out nowcasts as that line approaches, putting additional timers. Yes, Noblesville. Yes, you can have us on in the background. You do not need to stay glued. Great question.
Chami, I would make the argument of the only concern. Leanna, in my opinion, yes.
Matt, looking at this tornado warn cell up again just north of Waukegan, I still see a little bit of rotation. I think it's more damaging wind potential at this point, 60 to 70.
Interesting look, John, on just reflectivity. You can see it's got, I don't know, that little curl along the Illinois-Wisconsin border. To be honest, John, if there was a tornado there, it's on the far northern edge of that particular tornado warning. You can make an argument into extreme southern Wisconsin, Lake Shangri-La to near Pleasant Prairie.
Yep, approaching I-41. Cali Greenwood's looking great. No concerns.
Some rain.
Yeah, some rain later tonight after 3. There'll be a weak broken up line that can have a few stronger gusts and some hail, but very little concerns.
No tornado.
No tornado. Yep, no tornado.
John, they've issued a special weather statement for Indianapolis. Wind gusts of 40 miles per hour.
Yep, Greenwood, Mooresville, Beech Grove, Indianapolis, Fishers, Noblesville, Cicero, Carmel, Meridian Hills. Yep.
Well, John, at this point, it's is it over the NWS station in Indy?
More than likely. We'll see if any of the gusts top what the non-thunderstorm gusts have been today.
Seeing if I can.
There was 33.
You're getting 33 last measurement?
Yeah, on the OBS tab and radar scope. Looks like Danville's radar picked up 30. Trent, I appreciate that. Middlebury, there is this, as Matt's looking that up, there is this line in northeastern Illinois. I think by the time it gets to you, it's going to be, I think it would be starting to get to the subsevere point. I would still plan on at least some small hail and gusts of 40 to 50. I do not favor any additional tornado concerns whatsoever.
30 mile per hour wind gust, according to
Okay.
Noah.
Yep.
So there you go. A breezy shower. At this point, John, I don't see any lightning still.
Nope.
I do see a lightning strike by Logansport and a lightning strike by Angola.
Couple reports to relay.
Okay.
From these storms east of Plymouth. Had a report from emergency manager, large tree downed across road. just southeast of Tippecanoe, Indiana, and southwest of Warsaw. Measured gust of 63 miles per hour.
Okay.
And I already talked about the trees down over Terre Haute. The only other report I have between US 36 and I believe that's SR 59, that's east of Rockville, Indiana. Reports of about 30 trees down. Don't know what it has, but it's.
John, again, these leading edge of showers, there's a special weather statement for 40 miles per hour. The worst of it looks like it's just east of Zionsville right now. It's approaching smack dab downtown Indianapolis. Station reports at the Indy airport reported some 30 mile per hour wind gusts. So I would say the general rule of thumb is 30 to 40 miles per hour along that leading edge closer to the Indy metro area. The worst of it's kind of shifted off to the east.
For those of you that are behind at Meridian Hills, Indianapolis, I'll draw. We can continue to see a few stronger gusts of 30 to 40 with this wave, but I'm only seeing at this point downpours and additional rain. Again, the next round that we'll have to keep a loose eye on, again, no tornadoes, no tornado risks, but for some stronger gusts and some small hail will be later overnight after 3 a.m. For central Indiana.
John, you ready to stay alive through then, or what?
I'll be doing nowcasts. That's for sure. We need to see quite a bit of storm development to get me go back live again.
Yeah, that's just unlikely to happen.
Yep. Seeing if I got any confirmed reports. These cells in northeastern Illinois have been warned for 70. I have not seen any reports to support that. I got 65 mile per hour gust near Sandwich, Illinois.
Yeah, I mean, John, the problem is these storms have to pass over a station.
Airport.
Oh, 65 though. I mean,
Yeah.
That's packing a punch. John, I'm with you. I think over the next, 5-10 minutes, the NWS will issue a severe thunderstorm warning for basically the entirety of the Chicago metro area.
I agree.
Susan, thank you. John, still a little bit of their northeastern Illinois, north of Waukegan. A little bit of rotation still. You can make an argument that there's some rotation now more in southeastern Wisconsin.
Talk about this notch right here that's paralleling the border, or a little bit north. Yep. Okay.
Yep, that's exactly the area I'm talking about. So if anybody's watching there, southeastern Wisconsin, can't fully, I suppose, John, rule out a tornado there.
Nope.
Damaging winds look likely.
Naperville, Bolingbrook, just based on reflectivity, continuing to favor that 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gust risk as that moves in. Let's time this out here. We just got Jacob just said 45 on the Illinois line.
Yep. Guys, if you've enjoyed the stream tonight, found it helpful, like, share, comment. We'd greatly appreciate it. And QR code in the top right-hand corner, our Clarity application. That's what John's been doing all these timings in our Clarity application. We've got multiple different tools. We've got videos throughout the day and Nowcast and the ability, depending on what package you get, to message us directly. Had a live stream earlier in the day discussing the threat, etc. So there's just so many tools, so many features to help keep you ahead of the weather. Be sure to check us out. Someone on my team, please put the sign up link in the chat as well.
Latest on timing, again, subtract an hour. Downtown Chicago, 8:45. 8:45. Evanston, 8:35. Park Ridge, 8:24. Oak Lawn, 8:39. Orland Park, pushing you guys back a bit. I think I said 8:15, 8:20 earlier. Let's go with that, 8:39, 8:40. Lockport, 8:24. I would expect a warning strong storm statement to be issued within the next 10 minutes for these locations.
They'll do a warning.
Yep. Yeah, given the structure on radar, I would think that's
no reason for them not to.
Yep.
Of course, I say that and watch them do a special weather statement.
Yeah. Yep. I see anything down here on this cell? This is our last southernmost cell, which we've got quite a bit of hail reports.
See anything there at that cell, John, by east of Peoria?
No.
Wise, I'm not seeing anything that catches the eye.
No, I was looking. Looks like some continued hail. We keep getting reports of half-inch hail. That should maintain as it works into Eureka. Otherwise, these are starting to go more sub-severe.
Yep, we're losing. I mean, even the National Weather Service, John, there it is. There's the warning. By Marion, they've brought that back to a special weather statement.
Hey,
John, your area is almost dead
that's
on.
Matt's keyboard. That's Matt's keyboard, not mine. Sorry, Matt. What'd you say?
Was I touching the keyboard?
You can hear it really well, I guess. But yeah, that's close to the area, Matt.
Yeah, you got that area nailed down to almost a T, John.
Perfect.
In terms of Chicago itself, not seeing anything for rotation. I continue to look. Probably avoid a tornado at this point, John. Seems
I agree.
much more likely. Jennifer, appreciate you.
Did allow that severe thunderstorm warning in northeastern Indiana to expire as well. Not a surprise.
Shoals is down south, isn't it, John? Do I remember that correctly? Shoals, Indiana?
I believe so.
All right, I'm typing. Hopefully it's not too loud. With this leading edge stuff, I mean, nothing. No concern. I guess the only concern would be on the storms tomorrow morning for a low and risk for some winds of 40 plus and low and risk for some hail. Greenwood, you're in a special weather statement. I don't know, John. I mean, based off the Indy airport, you may get some wind gusts of 30, 35.
Yep.
Indy Airport reported 32. John, 32 mile per hour at the Indy
32.
Airport.
Okay.
So translate that to Greenwood. That's probably fairly realistic. Oh, Marissa, I don't know. Well, I'll have to think about it. I'll have to think about it. Yeah, John, let's kind of watch this shift through Chicago, and then we'll probably call it for tonight. If for whatever reason things go crazy again, which just doesn't seem likely, maybe we'll hop on again late tonight, but wouldn't expect that.
Yeah, I will be here through the overnight. Only severe thunderstorm warning active where I agree and see the 70 mile per hour potential continuing to push towards Chicago, greater Chicago area. And 2 strong storm statements in central Indiana.
Yep. John, I think even a strong storm statement is going to be tough to maintain into eastern Indiana. Just getting out of the instability, getting out ahead of the ingredients.
I agree. You know, that Marion cell towards Grant County looks a bit better for some stronger gust potential.
Thank you, Marissa. Yeah, Chami, just looks like some rain. In fact, John, I believe the only lightning strike I see is up by Angola. There's a special weather statement.
Yeah, they just issued that. Yeah, a couple strikes. They're still in Michigan. Along the Ohio Turnpike, Hillsdale, Coldwater, Angola. Get into Ohio, Pioneer, Fayette, Bryan. Let me look and see. I would imagine that's for 50. 50, yep. 50 mile per hour gusts along the leading edge.
That area, northeastern Indiana, northwestern Ohio, eastern Michigan, the upper level winds are just a little bit stronger there, John, and the elevated instability is just a little bit higher. And so if there's an area that can maintain a little bit better some of the strong storm statements, it probably would be extreme northwestern Ohio into eastern Michigan towards Detroit. Jamie, wind gusts were stronger this afternoon than what came through with this line here.
We've heard that a couple times for Indy in the past few weeks. That seems to be the theme lately, Matt. Some of these storm events.
Yeah, the timing just not there, just on the edge here in Indy. I think, John, you know, looking back at this event, you can make an argument portions of eastern Illinois maybe dodged a little bit of a bullet with some of those storms earlier this afternoon because the environment with some of those storms was actually pretty good. They just couldn't get rooted at what we call rooted at the surface. So they weren't surface-based storms. They were elevated storms and just could not get going. If they could have rooted themselves at the surface, they could have been rather prolific. Certainly the storms in Iowa than Western Illinois, especially, man, those storms were robust.
Yep. This is our original graphic, our final call, if you will, by meteorologist Brett Waltz. And I would say that's, looking back, I agree, just took a bit too long to develop. But from where I've seen the hail reports and the tornado reports that orange area did seem to verify quite well. And with what we're seeing on radar, Bloomington, Indianapolis, Fort Wayne into the east, with that line weakening, we still maintain the low end risk, no regrets there, but it's just becoming more weak as it pushes to the east.
Kathy, thank you. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you, Marissa. We will, you as well. It is looking on Easter to be quiet, which is
quiet on Easter.
Matt,
It'll be probably a rainy, maybe even a little bit stormy on Saturday.
Yep.
But the better severe risk should be east of central Indiana. Aurora, Illinois, John. We just got a question. Aurora, Illinois.
Looks like the worst of the severe risks are already to your east. This line behind, I think it continues to fall apart. I think some stronger gusts of 40 to 50 and some small hail can be possible. But given how the intensity of the storms that already worked through there, I just think it's running out of good juices to keep it maintaining its intensity at this time. You'd need to watch for that to develop or to move over your area after 9:20 Central.
John, it almost looks, some of the storms southwest of Chicago. I wonder if you get I know someone earlier in the stream mentioned some flooding in DeKalb. Maybe a little bit of training, maybe a low end flash flooding risk.
Yeah, absolutely. Hope mentioned something about one of the routes to O'Hare. They had shut down to one lane, and that was causing traffic concerns. Here's observed rainfall within the past 24 hours, and this likely hasn't encompassed it hasn't updated yet for 9 o'clock, which has likely seen some additional rain, but that's quite a widespread swath of 2 to 3 in that red area.
Jamie, tomorrow afternoon. So the overall, the kind of the stuff we see in Illinois, that's associated with the low end wind gusts and hail threat we mentioned tomorrow morning. That boundary is going to eventually sag south of Indy, getting into tomorrow morning. And then it's going to lift back north as a warm front. And as that warm front passes getting into tomorrow afternoon, you're going to reintroduce some scattered thunderstorms. If you want severe weather, if you like that, the good news, so to speak, would be there's definitely going to be instability present with the storms tomorrow afternoon. What's maybe a little bit different versus today is the winds up in the atmosphere won't be as strong. And so once again, it's primarily a wind gust and hail threat type of situation. We'll see about any low end tornado risk. I think into Illinois, there's that risk, especially. We'll see if any portions of Western Indiana can get a low end tornado risk, just where the upper level winds are a little bit better. But yeah, I expect there to be scattered thunderstorms tomorrow afternoon, central Indiana.
And this map here just illustrating the localized area. We'll likely have that. For those of you that have clarity, we'll have that updated once again later this evening. Appreciate you, William. Thank you, sir. Something interesting here, Matt. I was reading the latest SBC discussion just on their recent update. They are continuing to maintain looks like more of a risk QLCS type tornado threat for southwestern Michigan with some of this activity. And given where the jets are currently located, I suppose that's not entirely out of the question for southwestern Michigan, but I don't see that necessarily into central Indiana at this point, given how weak the instability is.
Yeah, that's going to be the issue, John, is the instability is going to be fading as we head into tonight.
The reason I wanted to bring that up for those of you watching, and we can't control what they may or may not do, but if they decide that risk can persist, there can be another some type of watch product issued for at least southern Michigan. We'll see.
John, nice little Boeing segment there in Chicago, especially the south side.
Yep.
It's a nasty little line approaching the heart of Chicago as we speak. I was just there not long ago. Well, John, as we start to begin to wrap things up, what any kind of last remarks from you? Any kind of near-end closing remarks?
I would say we'll need to keep an eye on some of these cells in north central Illinois as they push east, northwestern Indiana, southwestern Michigan. I would expect the severe thunderstorm watch that's still lingering for northern Indiana. I bet that gets dropped in the next hour.
Yeah, it should.
No problem at all, Pam. Happy to help. Yeah, and Matt, I did want to show this simulated radar once again. It's not perfect. I know I think we're reassessing the 00Z data that's starting to come in as well. But there can be some additional thunderstorm activity from St. Louis to south central Illinois along the I-70 corridor, Kokomo, Fort Wayne, that can push from northwest to southeast. Models do support some stronger gusts to remain possible, 40 plus, and some hail. But again, that risk is going to remain low end. We're not dealing with a situation where the secondary line is a greater intensity than the first. Just given the time, the 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. when it starts to work in. But Matt, that's all that I got.
Yeah, and for a lot of folks who are watching this, obviously we still have some storms tonight still left in the cars, depending on where you're at. Some storms again on Friday, overnight, Friday night, Saturday. Again, depending on where you're at, Friday afternoon, Friday evening, if you're in southern Iowa, some additional storms. Easter looks quiet. A weak little wave on Monday, but once we get beyond, especially I think Monday, John, pattern gets a little quieter.
Yes. Yep.
However, there's more active weather on the horizon into April. So unfortunately, you guys will probably be seeing our faces again at some point this month.
Probably several times.
Yep. But before we get into the next active stretch, I think things can be a little bit quieter for a time. Probably for a brief time, cooler behind the front on Saturday. We'll have some cooler temperatures. May have some additional frost that we're gonna have to contend with as well.
If there's a frontal system to watch, and Matt, correct me if I haven't looked at the latest long range today, but it's still that 9th through 11th system that packs quite a punch with some of the cooler air and even some storm potential there as well.
Yeah, there's a couple cold fronts, John, ahead. There's a couple cold fronts ahead. The month as a whole probably will be warmer.
Yes.
But we're going to have these periodic cold fronts like we're going to get this weekend. And behind these cold fronts, we'll just need to watch for frost risk, unfortunately.
Yep. That's the European model at right around Tuesday morning.
Yep. So there you go. Typically, when we're talking about frost, usually 36 degrees is that magic number. Everything else has to go for it as well. Light winds, clear skies, etc. But you can get frost, although low temperatures can be above 32 degrees. John, is that severe warning for Chicago? Is that a 70 mile per hour?
That should still be 70. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yep, 70. They've still got the tornado detection possible on it. I've been keeping an eye on it. I'm not seeing anything that actually we're now in range of the terminals. Not seeing anything of concern on my end, Matt. Yeah, Don, you both.
No, either am I, John. Those storms are going to approach the shoreline here shortly, John.
Yep. Bryce, Franklin, you were all good with this round. I did just hear the downpours hit the Greenwood office finally.
Yep. Finally got here. John, I was just quickly looking at data for tomorrow afternoon. Instability of fairly decent instability tomorrow. Gosh, high temperatures into the 70s, dew points into the mid to upper 60s. Gonna feel a bit sticky out there.
Yeah, looks like it.
For a time. It's gonna be one of those days. It's the air you can wear, so to speak. But that elevated moisture, and I think you'll feel it tomorrow, at least for a time tomorrow afternoon, helps some storms spark up. Probably very disorganized, very scattered. You can see what John has up on the screen.
It's at about 6. This is a simulated radar for 6 p.m. Eastern. Although, Matt, I expect us to start watching for development as early as 3, perhaps sooner. We'll watch.
Yeah, we'll see. This model John's showing has a tendency to be a little bit too slow with development.
Yep.
But it's probably not awful, really. And that area of scattered storms, yep, you can see what John has up. It's going to precede a cold front, which, you know, in a sense, like what we saw today. What does the yellow mean in Chicago? Asked Sticky Gun.
So this is the severe thunderstorm warning that is in effect for risks of 60 to 70 miles per hour.
Yep.
And I would expect that to be verifying right now based on what I can see on radar and how this is interacting. It should be through the main region by 8:45, 8:50 Central.
Yeah, John, what I was getting at, though, the cold front, at least for folks in central Indiana, probably arrives in a weakening state.
Yep.
And then it just kind of sets the stage for probably a wet Saturday. Just kind of hang out. So Saturday may not be the best for outdoor stuff in general. Strong storms, eastern Ohio, eastern Kentucky, Saturday.
Matt, I think we have a map showing the strong storm risks that was updated this morning.
I know Brett made one. I'm not sure if it's fully on clarity at this point. It may be.
Yep. Here it is. It's our current low end. This was updated I almost said a couple hours ago. It's now 9:30. So
It's a couple hours ago.
feels like it. Low in risk. Damaging winds and hail. Damaging winds and hail. Damaging winds are really the primary concern. Well, Matt, we've probably got a couple more minutes to watch this, and I feel like we can wrap up here.
Yep, absolutely.
A new severe thunderstorm warning now including Manhattan, Park Forest, Chicago Heights, so some of your distant southerly suburbs, and approaching the region and the border areas. A 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail. They're maintaining a tornado potential tag. I will go look and see. I really don't see much. There's a little, well, Matt, by Morris, there's a bit of some wrapping there as the storm approaches I-55. Pull that up. Yeah, right here, Matt. Again, it's pretty weak. I would say that's more than likely more gusts than anything.
John, are you looking on one of the terminals?
No, I'm looking on a K lot. I was just noticing more on reflectivity than I was velocity. This is your southern storm.
Okay.
Southern
Velocity wise, John, it doesn't look
yeah, I'm not seeing much.
like anything.
Matt, I was trying to figure out their tornado detection possible in that new warning they put out east, if there was anything that had merit. I think this is more of a gust potential as it approaches far northeastern Illinois and into northwestern Indiana.
Absolutely. Well, John, if you look at the Midway terminal, then look at velocities, maybe a little bit more interesting there.
Yeah.
Something to keep an eye on.
Mm-hmm. Otherwise, Matt, that's about all I can see. Lee, we're not no additional strong severe storm risks with this wave that is working through now. We'll need to watch for a couple stronger storms, very low in risk beyond 3 a.m. for your area. Some hail and a few gusts of 40 to 50. A bit skeptical of that at this point, but it's still a low end risk that we'll need to watch. We'll have nowcast coming out. Make sure to get on Clarity Scan, that QR code in the upper right hand corner, and you'll continue to get those nowcasts as we track this activity. No problem at all. Just rain here in Greenwood. Yep, just rain in Muncie. They're maintaining that strong storm statement towards Marion and Hartford City. See if we got any other reports. Guys, if you got any questions, this is the time to ask for it. We're going to stay on here for about another 5 more minutes, and then we are going to begin to close down. See if O'Hare picked up anything on there. Gusts.
Yeah, I'd be curious.
Northeastern Delaware County. Yep. That's the leading edge that's working in now.
Yeah,
Probably
that'll be the
35.
probably even no lightning.
Yeah. Matt, I got a couple gusts of up to 47 for O'Hare.
Okay.
That's all I got so far. It'll be over midway here in about 5 minutes.
Hunter Coleman asked a good question. The southern tail by Bloomington, I-55. Any strong to severe storms? Probably the same deal as what we've been talking about for folks in central Indiana. I think the risk is low, but there's some decent instability out there. Low in risk for some wind gusts to 40 plus, maybe a little bit higher risk for hail, but the overall severe threat, in my opinion, is low. I wouldn't be shocked if you can get a rogue strong storm or two this evening.
I agree. The environment's still there. Christina, yes, I'm saying the strong storm threats are over for now. For that they're beginning to exit.
Risk is pretty low, Hunter. Hunter.
No problem at all. It's what we are here for. Strong storm statement allowed to expire into central Indiana. We continue to maintain a watchful eye on the 3 severe thunderstorm warnings across northeastern Illinois. We'll let them know.
Yeah, I will be glad to tell them that.
But we're going to go ahead and wrap up. One last time, you want to continue to stay with us. Make sure that you have the most up-to-date information for location-specific alerts and nowcasts. Scan that QR code in the upper right-hand corner. That will get you clarity. Our PM team of meteorologists, including myself, are going to be continuing to track these all throughout the evening and into the overnight. But the greater severe risk for the region has ended, so we are going to go ahead and cut the stream here.
Yep. Appreciate everyone joining. Appreciate everyone's support. Again, we've got that QR code in the top right-hand corner. If you want to sign up for Clarity, a great opportunity to check us out. And, again, we're so much more than just these live streams. We have a whole team of meteorologists that work around the clock 24/7, sending out nowcasts, sending out videos, sending out insights, et cetera, you name it. And really this day and age, it's the human element,
Absolutely.
that you need for forecasting. So whether you run a business, you're in charge of people or property, or you're just want to know more about the weather, I mean, Clarity's got you covered. So again, that QR code in the top right-hand corner, you can check out Clarity. And someone on my team will put in the sign-up link as well. I urge everyone to at least check us out. I think we're worth checking out. But again, appreciate everyone's support. Thanks for joining us tonight. John and I, we've been on here for going on 5 hours, John.
Yes. Yep.
So,
5.5.
We'll see if we go live tomorrow or Saturday. Unlikely, but we'll see how things evolve. And stay tuned. So,
all right. Thanks, guys. You all have a great rest of your evening.
see you guys.